it. I found it.
Unblown flats to the ramp, please. And then comp jets up next. Unblown flats to the ramp. We have GPS 100 on the course for testing this morning. Mark Yates, 0. Comp Jets. Comp Gents, you should be at the ramp. Grand National Endurance, Classic Endurance up next. Comp Jets should be on the ramp. Comp Jet, you're going to lose your practice time if you don't get to the ramp. Comp Jet, they right now. Classic Endurance to the ramp now. Grand Nationals, you're up next. Grand Nationals, and then K-Boats to the ramp after Grand Nationals.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Surf Rat coming at you live from Long Beach, California for the 2017
Mark Yates.
Sprint Nationals. That's right. Once again, I am Surf Rat, your host. Stay tuned for some cool racing all weekend long. And don't go nowhere or you'll miss out. Stay tuned for commercial.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Greg Shirley, please report to the judges stand down here. Please report to the... Classic Endurance into the water, Grand National behind them, and then the K boats. It's a Greg Shirley, to the judges stand, please. Greg Shirley.
Please remember what you want isn't always what you need.
Top Jets, if you have missed your window for practice, take them back to your pit area. Top Jets, you have missed your practice. On the water now, Grand National Endurance. After them, the Grand National class, and then the K boats. Classic Endurance, you are on the water. Test, 1, 2. Test, second microphone, 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. How are we doing? Check 1, 2. Check mic level, 1, 2.
If you're not
mic level, check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Take out of the envelope sequence. Spread it out. Start slowly down the and it can begin to allow them to arise. Gone.
Test.
I know these are different.
test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
Test, 1, 2. 1, 2.
We're sorry about all the testing, but we're trying to get some microphones figured out. I think we finally won, which is unfortunate for you because you have to listen all day long.
I still think my microphone's a little low, so I want my microphone turned up.
You're lucky to have a microphone.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Posey's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Boats in the water. And you can fire and go. The calm before the storm, the K-boats. Basically drag boats that turn left. A lot of fun to watch. On the water for the first time today, this weekend. The little guy that could, John Guthrie, K16, been a K-boat driver for years. A lot of fun to watch. And this is a perfect race course for an open K-boat. Trust me, we've seen it. Davey Bryant in the K50. Put on a show here against the Capsule K69 about 7-8 years ago. Keep an eye on the open boats. Charlie Hamill down the back straightaway in the K500. They call him Guzzy. Plug your ears. They're blown, they run methanol, and they're fast, and they're short piped. They're very, very loud. So if you hear your eardrums kind of go painful, stick your fingers in them because they're here to stay. K69 on the water now, the boat owned by Rankin Racing, driven by Tony Scarlatta. Tony's had a love-hate relationship with this boat for years, but Long Beach is one of his favorite places. Tony Scarlatta earlier this year, the fastest quarter-mile pass ever in a top alcohol flat called Shazam. Boat owner Tommy Thompson, if I remember right, and I know you'll correct me, went a 496 in the 1,000 foot.
The name of the boat is Freedom Child. Sponsors include Nick Rose Insurance, Ecology Auto Parts, B&B Pallet, and Volvo Construction Equipment.
Well, that didn't sound good. And that might be the fastest pass so far down this front straightaway. He knew he had perfect water. He knew there was nobody else out there, so they told him to turn it loose, but let's hope nothing else went loose. It could have been a blower belt flying off. I don't know. We'll get news to you as soon as we can. You might call these the hybrids of circle boat racing, believe me. I'm being conservative when I tell you 1,200 horsepower. There's some here that are way north of 1,200 horsepower. The capsule boats, we'll talk about it all day today. The capsule K boats are allowed basically an unlimited engine. Blower size is not regulated, so if you want to run a 1671 on top, you can. You can run whatever fuel injection. Now the uncapsuled boats are held to a 500 cubic inch limit and a 1071 blower, I believe. I'll double check myself tomorrow, not today. Well, we have a pleasant surprise this year, folks, with cracker boxes. We're so proud to have them back here. The SCSC has worked very hard in conjunction with the cracker boxes, and they couldn't wait to get back here. I think we have 7 or 8 of them, which 2 of them is a show, trust me. So we're really pleased. We got some great stories on cracker boxes this weekend. It'll be a lot of fun to watch, and they're on their way out for the next practice. If the K-boats are done, the crackers are up next. I get word from above, I'm connected that way, that we have 3 K-boats ready to go in the water and turn them and go. So we will have a couple more Ks. There you go. You hear one fire. And then the cracker box. Duff Daly hits the water in the Omona boat. We called her a relic last night, one of the older K-boats in the whole course here, in the course area. Duff Daly out of Stuart, Florida, the legendary driver. Fun to watch. He won't be piloting the K999 boat that you're used to seeing him in. That will be Fitzy, Paul Fitzgerald. Fast Lane Fitzy. When you race as long as he has, you collect a lot of nicknames. This yellow boat called Omona put on a show at Clear Lake about a month and a half ago. Great show. And this boat with a blower on it, he runs every division there is. The only one they won't let him race is cracker boxes, but he puts the right motors in this boat, it'll run like 4 classes. But this weekend, he chose the blower. Second generation Tyler Roth in the K401. Red boat. Fitzgerald laying it down sweet down the back straightaway. They built a brand new seat for Fitzy in that boat, trying to get him more comfortable in it. He's got, he looked pretty comfortable there. Of course, it's the calm before the storm. You're out there running by yourself. But he has a lot of experience in the K-boat, a lot of experience in all the flat bottom racing. So they have a new boat being built right now, and Duff Daly said, you know what, I'll drive the new one. Duff's goal. We were out on a little lake in Boise, Idaho here like a month ago, and he said, I'll retire when I go 170 down the straightaway. I said, well, it might be a while, but they've been real close in that K99 boat with Duff behind the wheel. If I call it K99 instead of 999, you got to forgive me. The other thing, we're not really politically correct up here. We're from Idaho, and that makes us crude, rude, and hillbillies, rednecks, and Trump supporters. Don't even say it, Chad. There we go. We are in the state of California. Come on. I'm glad they put a big fence up around us today.
Easy there, co-announcer.
I know, I gotta be quiet. I'll already draw letters. It's gonna happen.
Break them in slowly. And here come the cracker boxes.
Eight years, folks, since these guys have been on the water with this boat count, man. You got to go down and thank them. That's what they need. They need to solve a feud that's been going on for years, and it's destroyed cracker box racing. And I'm here to tell you that it would be really cool for all you guys to go down there and talk to these guys, because it's been like the Hatfields and McCoys, and I've never quite understood it. But it looks like maybe we've got around the corner with these guys, and we can put them back on the racetrack where they belong. Junior Hydros, you are up after the cracker boxes. Prepare, please. You are the last class to practice. Junior Hydro. Out of these little motors. We have found a pair of reader glasses in a yellow, blue, and pink little pouch. We have them at the announce area. If they belong to you, they say sign station on them. They look like readers to me, but they might be prescription readers, so we have them down here at the announce booth. Junior stock hydros are in the water. They are the last class to practice before we start our opening ceremonies. "30 seconds to the 3-minute gun, juniors. 30 seconds to the 3-minute gun."
Junior hydros on the water right now. This is the starting of the powerboat racing careers for most of our drivers. They start in the junior hydroplane class. It's a 3-point hydroplane design with a 2-cylinder, either Evinrude or a Mercury motor, 15 horsepower, racing midsection with a racing lower unit, 3-blade propeller. Boat has to weigh 320 pounds, so weight is a very critical factor for the drivers in this boat. Drivers are on their knees. They steer the boat with one hand on the throttle, the other hand they're squeezing the one hand on the throttle, one hand on the steering wheel. They'll shift their weight in the turn to the front of the boat, as you'll see them go into the turn. When they come out of the turn, they'll go all the way to the back of the boat and try to get as much air underneath that hydroplane and fly it down the straightaway. They really want just about a foot of the boat, the last foot of the boat in the water as they're flying the boat down the straightaway. Too much air, they will blow over backwards, just like you see with the bigger hydroplanes. But this is where it all begins for powerboat racing. This is our first heat of the day. Then as soon as these two heats are over, we're going to start the main portion of our program with the national anthem, and then right into Unblown Flats, right into the Unblown Flats. Unblown Flats, start heading to the ramp. Unblown Flats, your first call to the ramp. Comp jets, you should be warming up motors, and then crackers. The Unblown Flats, Group 1 and Group A and Group B to the ramp right now. Comp jets, start warming up motors. Crackers, you're in the hole. As we have just about 1 minute till the start. As you'll see, there's a white buoy. All right. Position for the start.
The junior hydros today, the class made up of number 22, Christian Lung, and number 55, Sean Davison. Number 94, Garrett Tepper. Number 23 is Maureen Girth. And number 27 is Gavin Evans.
Looks like they're all late. We have Maureen Girth leads them over the line, and it was a good start. It was a flying start. So last minute. So Maureen Girth, your leader right now, second place. That looks to be, what do we got? Third place is the 22 of Christian Lung. And rounding out the field is the 55 of Sean Davidson. As Sean Davidson make a move going up into the turn for the third spot. So Sean taking the inside line as they come around the turn. Maureen leads. She's sponsored by Disc Flow and Bit Pros out of San Diego, California. The freshman in school. Been racing it for about 2 years now. 27C in the second, Garrett Tepp. Third is Sean Davison, and fourth is Christian Lung. Looks like Gavin Evans is down in the turn. Oh, Garrett's down in the turn, Gavin Evans. But your leader is all Maureen Girth. This is a 3-lap first qualifier. They'll come back and they'll race their final heat for today. Then we'll start program with the national anthem and then Unblown Flats. Unblown Flats, this is your call to the ramp. Let's get them there right now. Group A and Group B to the ramp right now. White flag, one more lap for Marine Girth. The 27C, that's Davison, and the 22 of Christian Lung.
Maureen Girth, your leader, driving the Asian Persuasion. Sponsors at this event include Bit Pros Fire Services, Amsol Twins, Disc Flow Disc Pumps, Chris Kenner Racing, and SRP.
Looks like Sean Davison on the inside. Gavin Evans on the outside as they come around side by side. Oh, Sean Davison almost spins out, but is able to take away second place from Gavin Evans as they come down the front straightaway. Look side. Sean Davison now firmly in the second spot. Will take the checkered flag. Third, Gavin Evans. Off the field, the 22 of Christian Lung.
Sean Davidson driving the Wrath of Sean, and sponsors in Gretchen's Automotive, Long Beach Boat and Ski Club, Calypso Drive Service, Boat Works, and Picklesmeyer Law. Gavin Evans entry out of Garden Grove, California. Sponsors are Maxim Crane Works, Dirty Deeds Marine Repair.
Victor Roth, please go over to cracker box number 66. Victor Roth to cracker 66. Trying to clear the course of the J-Stock Hydro down on the far end of the course. Folks, you cannot get in the water here during the race day. You cannot get in the water unless we told you you could get in the water, because we are the law. Victor Roth, please report to the cracker box 66. Victor Roth. Please take talk to the first ramp if you can hear for Tepper. Everybody on the beach, would you look down towards the far end of the course? You'll see a guy with a camera way perched up there in that little machine. He'd love to take a big picture of the beach area. So if you would lean forward, give him a big smile. It'll be something we put on the poster, I'm sure, next year, and you may be in it. Everybody get to the beach fence. Don't knock the fence over. It's not all that steady. That's right. You people that look like me, definitely don't lean. Please. And please don't hold up your beer cans. Did you get one?
The family show.
He's got it. Good. Thank you, everybody. Sit back down. Calm down. Fence is still standing. Security we need on the far side of the course, which would be turns 3 and 4. There's somebody running an RC boat down there. Security.
Lester Meanwaring. Lester Meanwaring. Please come to the announcer stand.
Well, folks, we're reattaching a buoy that got away during the J Hydro race, so they're putting another one in the water. We'll run the final for the J Hydros right after this is attached.
Born into half of a body, desperate to be realigned. Aliens, two tongues, redefining false design. Separation, magnetizing a reunion of golden souls. Reassemble that hip and mouth, dispel your demons, welcome home. And every day that you spend searching for the womb of your rebirth, preserving every sacred organ just to show what she's worth. Exhaling all the darkness, dissipate.
Jay Stocks, 1 minute to the 3-minute gun. 1 minute to the 3-minute gun. Jay Stock, hydros. Three minutes on the clock for the J Stock. One minute to the clock. 1 minute to the clock. Well, we got to start right there. One on the inside's got some mile per hour. Look at him go. Going to go underneath her. I'm sorry, her.
Maureen Girth on the inside. Disflow Bit Pro sponsored entry out of San Diego, California. Second place, Garrett Tepper from Boise, Idaho, running the 94. Oh, spins out. Boat. We got one in the water, one water. Red flag. Flare.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the invocation. Pastor Bob with Racing for Christ is with us.
All right, let's take a moment and bow our heads and pray for some safety for these guys and gals. And Heavenly Father, we do that right now. We come before you and thank you for this incredible day. We couldn't have asked for better weather, better conditions for boat racing today. We ask for safety for all of our drivers and their crews. Pray that you would keep everyone safe from the pits to the water and back again. We just ask this in your mighty name. Amen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your hats off as we do the national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad streets and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we won were so gallantly streamed. And against red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome in, everybody, to the greatest boat race maybe on the West Coast, the Southern California Speedboat Club, presented by ARP Automotive Racing Products. The Long Beach Sprint Nationals, presented by Nick Rose Insurance, Ahern's Rental, Hotboat.com, Ecology Auto Parts, Hot Rods and Hobbies, and Sea-Tow, all involved this weekend. We're going to have a great time this weekend. We got a lot of boats out here, special boats we're going to talk about here in a moment. I'm Rattle Can Lou, known as Mike Miniger. Beside me, I've got my brother, Speedboat Racer.
Otherwise known as Ron Miniger.
Yeah. So we got boats all over the place. We're having a minor meltdown this year. You're going to enjoy it. It's just us that are nervous. We've got Ronnie Bolton's K-Boat, Mad Dog Ronnie Bolton, passed 11 years ago. We've got Little Steamer, the blown gas flat bottom, a Miller-built boat, driven by Mike Huckabee. And we got the Cracker Box setting a world record. We want to thank Nick Rose Insurance and, of course, ARP. Huge sponsors this weekend. Last night down at Legends Bar and Grill. Great time. Nick Rose was there. All of his people. It's an awesome weekend. Nick, always a big sponsor at a lot of events, drag racing, circle boat racing. For all your insurance needs, look up NRI, Nick Rose Insurance.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Ahern Reynolds.
Unblown flat, stay right where you're at while we clear the course of these boats. Unblown flat, stay right where you're at. Please pick up a program and it'll show you what sponsors. It's a great program. ARP, the best fasteners made in the world, our headline sponsor today. If you haven't tried an ARP bolt, you haven't bought a bolt.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Well, what we're trying to do is separate the parade boats from the race boats, if you haven't figured that out yet. Unblown flats, please stay where you're at. Unblown flats, please stay where you're at. Unblown flat. You are going to go unblown flats. You're going to square up to a white flag. The green's going to come out for you to fire. Then you're going to get a white flag and then a green. So when you see the green, fire the boats up. You're going to come around together and take a green flag.
Unblown flats, you have a green flag. Let's get underway.
So this heat for Unblown flat will include number 21 from Nampa, Idaho, Paul Visser, the 741 Greg Shirley, the 501 Hal Jones, the 24 of Paul Fitzgerald, and 55 Dale Baker.
Number 21, Paul Visser, sponsors Northwest Motor Machine and Performance Coating. Paul Fitzgerald and the Mike Smith-owned 24 entry. Sponsors include Melling, Wiseco, Brown & Miller, Southern Thunder Marine, and Truck Trailer Refrigeration. Number 55, the Dale Baker entry, owned by Dustin Millard out of Ontario, Oregon. Ghost Town Farms and Scarecrow Speed Shop. The 501 in the Ray and Elma Pauley powered boat or owned boat, Hal Jones. Sponsors are Specialty Marine and Machine and Engine Dynamics. Last but not least, coming around for the green flag, here they go.
Paul Fitzgerald and Greg Shirley first to the pin. Paul Fitzgerald on boat they call April. And he goes to the front. Paul Visser in third, Hal Jones on the outside of him. One gets around. Al Jones running in on Paul Visser for third place. Paul Fitzgerald stretches the lead. Fitzgerald picking up the win in the boat they call April. Greg Shirley, the boat owned by Loveless Racing, in second. And Hal Jones gets around the outside of Paul Visser for the third spot. That's your first qualifying heat of the day.
Greg Shirley sponsors our second place finishing boat include West Mountain Enterprises, Ryan Wooten Racing Enterprises, and Clegg Machine. Those are the sponsors for Greg Shirley's second-place finisher.
So for those of you that don't understand, the Unblown Fuel Flat Bottom is a morphed class of super stocks and pro stocks. And so the boat count was struggling in the super stocks, so at this point they made one division. So you'll see a little bit of a spread until engines are built and all that. But a great run by Paul Fitzgerald, and that was a legal super stock. So very fast boat. Last Thanksgiving, I believe it was. No, it must have been the spring race in Parker, Arizona. That boat went close to 130 miles an hour down the straightaway. So, or it did go over 130. So very fast race boat out of Southern Thunder Marine. The boat put together by Paul Fitzgerald and driven and owned by Mike. Very well, next up will be the 640. Next up will be this finish of the Unblown Fuel Flat, or Unblown Flats. Gosh dang it, I do that all the time. Unblown Flat. The 640 boat of Greg Duff. The 80 boat, the ever impressive 80 boat of Ty Newton. The 38 of Corey Ferguson. And the 111, driven by Bill Miller of Party to the Max fame, the top alcohol flat bottom driver. You see him on Sundays on TV in the Lucas Oil Boat Drag Series. Party to the Max, great guy. We had a little fun with him today. We'll talk about that in a little while. Here they come.
Corey Ferguson out of Bellflower, California. Sponsors include Ferguson Racing, Wilson Motorsports, B1 Performance, Jet Boats, and Bergeron Engineering. Ty Newton in the 80 boat. Sponsors include Nick Rose Insurance, Forest River, Ecology Auto Parts, David B&B Pallet, Volvo Construction Equipment. And Greg Duff in the John Grijalva entry, the Dark Horse, sponsored by Boot Barn, Rodeo Cold Beer, Cowboy Up Western Wear, and Dan Post Boot Company.
Give them a wave, everybody. Give them a wave.
Four unblown flat bottom boats for 3 laps in the second heat race of this class this morning.
This is the strongest field that I've seen, Ron, since the Unblown Flat has been put together. This is a great field of boats. They'll only take 6, I believe, to the final. But these guys are racing for a position in the final event today. What talent you have out there. Greg Duff, an up-and-comer. Ty Newton, what can we say about Ty Newton? He's won everything there is to be won. One of the most impressive flat-bottom drivers, especially the open boats. Ty Newton is the man in an open boat, circle boat. Just went to Valleyfield, Canada, up by Quebec. 2,900-mile trip they made with that SSA 80 boat and came out the winner. So one of the biggest shows the Rankin Racing Group has ever been involved in. And, of course, Ty Newton. Here we go. Very impressive front straightaway by Greg Duff. Really impressive. Ty Newton so tough, he's on the outside. Now we got a 3-boat race coming out of the corner. Oh ho, inside. There he comes. Rookie Corey Ferguson in third, doing a great job. impressive in the 80 boat, as usual. Ty Newton, the SS-80 boat, he picks up the win, Ron. Very impressive run. He sets the standard for the most part. Now we'll see when he has to run against Paul Fitzgerald. That's going to be great. Very impressive run by Greg Duff, running second to Ty Newton. And then you throw in Corey Ferguson. Corey had his hands full a couple times in that boat running in third place.
Yes, he did. Coming out of each corner, he had a little rough water to deal with, had a hard time getting the boat settled down, but brings it in a respectable third. Bill Miller, it looks like he's figured out how to turn left.
That's hard for them drag race guys, and you know, usually we don't mix them, but Tony Scarlotta has become a mixed bag, right? He drag races, world record holder, several-time champion, and he drug Bill Miller all the way from Texas to come have some fun with him. But not before, Ron, not before we told him he had to pass an agility test this morning, and we drug him down to the water so he could swim to a buoy. We've never done an agility test. If we did, Paul Fitzgerald wouldn't be racing, you know, if we had made him swim. But that's a whole nother story. So we dragged Bill Miller down to the beach, and he was all prepared to swim. And then Ross, our boss, Ross the boss, told us we couldn't do it, and he called it off. So Tony Scarlotta very disappointed today in the actions of Ross, because we were going to have a lot of fun.
Now we've got the Comp Jet class on the water now.
Okay, number 21 is Brian Neal. Number 511, Vance Lund. Number 222 is Harold Bruce Jr. And 702 in the bigger boat, the white boat on the pole, is Bill Mason.
The 21, driven by Brian Neal. The boat is Blackjack. The sponsors include Wicked Eye, UNI Filter, Hardline Products, and TAV Construction. The 511, driven by Ron Lund out of Valley Center, California. The Creamsicle. Ron Lund Wood Specialties is the sponsor. The 702, owned by Bill Mason out of Phoenix, Arizona. Sponsors include Team Imcor and Mason Properties.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jerry Gilbreth, move your car. Your car needs to move out of the pits. You're blocking. Jerry Gilbreth, move your car right now. Silver Jeep Laredo, license 6WBH129. You're also blocking one of my pits. Move that car or it will be towed. Silver Jeep Laredo, 6WBH129. Move out of my pits. You're blocking somebody right now from getting to the ramp. You will be towed. Jerry Gilbreth and your Yukon, move it right now.
Mike, tell us a little about this number 702 on the course.
Well, Ron, it's an Australian boat built on, the hull was built in Australia. It's actually an Australian ski race design with the jet boat. A lot of work done by Bergeron Marine on this boat. It's ran the Enduro several times down in Parker, Arizona. It's all set up now, though, to run the Comp Jet class. Vance Lund with a great run into the first corner. And Bill Mason outruns him. Look at that. 7:02 vote. Jerry Gilbreth, please move your car. Jerry Gilbreth. GPS 100 to the ramp. GPS 100 to the ramp, please.
Well, 5'11" of Vance Lund trying to make up some ground on the outside of the 702. Bill Mason trying to hold him off. Boy, here's a race, ladies and gentlemen. Vance Lund on the outside. Does he have enough time to catch up with Bill Mason? They are dead even going into turn 3.
What a race.
Can he do it on the outside?
Now that there's a boat race, folks. Let's see what they do in the corner. Lund and Mason.
Well, that was a good show there.
Bill Mason is somebody to deal with for sure, but Lund wouldn't let go of him. He was like a dog chasing a car.
Number 702, Bill Mason brings it home after holding off a hard charge from the 5'11", Vance Lund. Vance had a hard time in the 3 and 4, getting the boat around the corner and back into the straightaway and lost ground there, but that was a great race.
GPS 100, you should be on the ramp. GPS 100, on the ramp. Classic Endurance, you're up after the GPS 100, Classic Endurance, and then Sportsman Extreme.
Paging Jerry Gilbreth. Jerry Gilbreth, move your truck right now. Jerry Gilbreth, move your truck. You're blocking the pit right now.
Well, Mike, we've got the GPS 100 coming out next. Tell us about this class.
Well, this is one of our classes that are under a GPS. They can't run over 100 miles an hour. You'll see some commonality in the boats in the case of Corey Ferguson, number 38. Number 81, Charlie Hamill. 717, Timmy Hoffman. The 501 is Jeff McLaughlin. That's also piloted by Hal Jones in the unblown flat class. Number 500 is Jason Purcell. Number 777, the favorite little Navy craft of Jay Hart. And number 10 is Parks Jones. That's your lineup for the GPS 100.
And we like to recognize the sponsors of all of these racers. Without them, they could not get here and make it to the race and compete. Boat number 21, Paul Visser from Middleton, Idaho, in the Pyro Flyer. Sponsors are Northwest Motor Machine and Performance Coating. Number 38, Corey Ferguson out of Bellflower, California. The boat is Out of Place, sponsored by Ferguson Racing, Wilson Motorsports, B1 Performance Jet Boats. Number 501, the entry of Jeff McLaughlin at the helm. The boat is Pegasus, and the sponsors include Specialty Machine and Marine, Engine Dynamics, and Bergeron Engineering. That's the 501 entry of Jeff McLaughlin. 777, piloted by Jay Hart out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The boat is Point of No Return, and his sponsors are Visa and MasterCard. I have a feeling that means it's on credit.
His wife must not be here this weekend. He'd never list that if his wife was here. You know that.
The 717 entry, Tim Hoffman, owned by Leonard Frederick out of Mesa, Arizona. Barely Wet is the boat name. H&H Concrete, Frederick & Sons, Big Ed Motorsports, and Schoenfeld Headers are his sponsors.
Parks Jones, if you're not in the ramp in the next 2 minutes, you won't run your heat. Parks Jones.
Now, we just learned that the K69, owned by Dave Rankin and piloted by Tony Scarlotta, did lose an engine on the first, in the practice round. And no word yet on whether that boat's going to be back out here for tomorrow or not.
GPS 100 is kind of a designed class to keep the speeds down, train the drivers. It's great exposure. It also helps set up, if you want to run two classes like Hal Jones and McLaughlin. It's a great.
Check, yes.
So they each have a GPS in the boat, and as they come out of the water, you will see them check the GPS. If they went over 100, they can go 100.999 miles an hour. So basically 101, let's call it that. But if you hit 101, you're done. You get a DQ, it's as if you didn't run the race. Give the drivers a wave. Timmy Hoffman out there in the 717 boat. Corey Ferguson in the 38. Charlie Hamill, Guzzy in the 81 boat. There's your three. Ferguson, Hamill, and Timmy Hoffman. There they come. Hamill leads them out. Corey Ferguson in second. Timmy Hoffman in third. In the 717 boat is an SE boat, so it is small block powered. The other two guys are running big blocks, much faster. Charlie Hamill trying to run under 100 miles an hour with Corey Ferguson right behind him in the 38 boat. Both of them cannot exceed 100 miles an hour. Ferguson doing a great job so far. The young guy is just right in the mix. Guzzy Hamill still holds on to the lead. Corey Ferguson doing everything he can to catch him. Guzzy Hamill takes the lead. He's got the win. Corey Ferguson right behind him. And here comes Timmy Hoffman. Timmy Hoffman with a great run in Clear Lake about 6 weeks ago. He'll be a contender in the SE class, that's for sure. Next heat, Ron, will be Jeff McLaughlin, Jason Purcell in the 500. McLaughlin in the 501, the 777 boat of Jay Hart. And Park Jones is a scratch. So there'll be 3 boats in this next heat race. So Park Jones is in the event. He was able to make the call, so we'll have a 4-boat heat. Number 10, Park Jones. Of course, Jay Hart in that beautifully restored Levy craft. Jason Purcell in the 500, and Jeff McLaughlin, 501.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Posey's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Listed.
Jay Hart in that 777 boat, a family restoration. Beautiful little boat. You got to go down and take a look at it. Of course, they're all beautiful. But that boat particularly put together with love, family-owned race boat for years and years and years. It's a mid-70s Levy craft. Great circle boat of the day until the Biesmeyers came along, and then arguably the Biesmeyers totally eliminated at one point the Levy crafts, and they become the boat of choice. Give them a wave.
You're watching surfrat.tv.
The number 10 entry is actually an SE boat as well, and that is Parks Jones, and he is sponsored by Aero Engines and Farmer John.
Here they come looking for the green flag. There it is. Jay Hart first to the pin. He's also running a small block Chevrolet. Gives up a little in the horsepower. Jason Purcell in the 500 boat outside, looking to hunt down Jay Hart. Jay Hart fighting for a championship. He's a current points leader in this division. He could win a national championship. We got ourselves a drag race, folks. Purcell, something happens to the boat. He gets out of the throttle. Jay Hart gets a nice breather. He's running for a championship. He wins the championship at the end of the day today. He wins the SCSC GPS 100 class championship. Speedboat, this is where you're in jeopardy of that 100 mile an hour. When you're racing with another guy, I might bet that they might be over 100.
Here. Jay Hart pulls it out right at the end. Jason Hart pressing him the whole time, but Jay Hart hangs it out and gets him at the wire.
That was a great race. Jay Hart, such a good kid. Big heart, runs hard. He's got that boat dialed in. They restored it. It's been done, I think, about 3 seasons, but man, they've spent so much time working on that boat and getting it dialed in. A lot of practice time, but it showed today. Purcell had something for him as they came up off the corner. It was kind of weird, but then mid-track, Jay Hart could pull away from him.
Well, the Classic Endurance is up next. The other class that is monitored by GPS. Speed limit is set at 89 miles an hour, and it's monitored by GPS. Red as soon as the boat hits the ramp.
Okay, a little schedule change here with the cracker boxes. The cracker boxes will be up after the K Racing runabout. So we're going to run Classic Endurance, Sportsman Extreme, Mod VP Classic Class, K-Boat runabouts, and cracker boxes.
I'm crawling under a city of angels. I'm further from my own. The lights grow stronger, the fight moves under. I'm breaking under fire. No one will hold you, hold you. Every time I look into your eyes, I see this angel deep inside. You've gone away, so far away from me.
Classic Endurance, you might call it a mixture because this is kind of a beginner class. There are a combination of boats. The number 30, Cole Noble. The 15 is Dan Bertone. The 21 of Brian Neal. 141 is James Best or John Best. They're going to swap driving duties, and we don't have a clue who's in the boat for this race. Number 142 is Jeffrey Best. It's the best of three. That's humor, folks. And number 76, I believe, is Robert Deckman.
That is Robert Decker, or Deckers. And speaking of the 76, out of Oja, California, sponsors are Best Family Racing. The 141, piloted by John Best or James Best, out of Oak Hill, California, sponsors are Griner GMC. And the 142, piloted by Jeff Best, sponsors include Griner GMC.
Sound like the Best family's got this class held up.
Well, I think your best.
Them up.
I think your best bet is a best.
Right. That's what I said. Don't steal
Kind of
my
the same,
material.
but different.
No, I'm done with you. No, can't come back. It's like that.
Hey, Brother Mike, how did I get the microphone that cuts out?
It's a special deal for you.
I've got like a mute button on this thing.
But I'm Rattle Can Lou, and you're just Speedboat Racer. That's the difference. I'm sure our mic man, is going to fix that at some point.
Yes, I think we have a bad mic cable. That's just me.
Well, you are a microphone technician part-time, aren't you? So you might see some jet boats, some V drives. You might see all kinds in this class. So these boats break out of their class at 80 miles an hour. So that means 80.99999. And if you go over that, you're done. This is more of a beginner class. It's the older endurance boats that ran in the GN class. Fun to watch. Number 30, Cole Noble. 15, Dan Bertone. 21, Brian Neal. Number 141, James or John Best. 142, Jeff Best. And number 17 or 76, Robert Deckers.
76, Robert Deckers is off the pace. It's total.
'76 doesn't sound very healthy. We'll see if he makes the call. The rest of them are lined up for a green flag. And it's green. Robert Decker, he gets it fired. Nope. Let's see if he can get off the course.
Well, the leader, Brock Hill, the comp jet is off the pace and pulled up down there in turn one.
Best out in the lead. Cole Noble in second place. Jeff Best in third place. 80 miles an hour is all they can go. Best picks up the win. Cole Noble in second. Jeff Best in third. Classic Endurance. Sportsman Extreme up next, the SE class, the most popular class right now, it seems to be, with 11 boats this weekend. So you're going to see some great racing. We even have a gal, Samantha McDonald, running in the SE class. And you're going to see some repeat boats. Jimmy Hoffman, who ran another race. Jay Hart ran another race.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
First heat race for the SE class. Heavily loaded, number 63, Samantha McDonald. Number 177, Jim Lewis. Number 15, Jeff Deutsch. 151, Mike Brzezinski. And number 10, David Shaw. That's your lineup for the first heat.
Now we'll run down the sponsors for those boats. SE10, Dave Shaw, sponsored by Aero Engines and Farmer John. The SE15, driven by Jeff Deutsch out of California. The name of the boat is That Boat. Sponsors include Nick Rose Insurance, Pop Engines, Cutting Edge Propellers, and A&G Lumber. The SE63, piloted by Samantha McDonald out of Valley Center, California. The Dragonfly is the boat name, and sponsors include Classic Grills. SE151, piloted by Michael Brzezinski out of Hemet, California. The Rum Runner. GHI Industries and KMG Boats and Aero Engines are the sponsors. SE177, Jimmy Lewis at the helm, owned by Todd and Gina Hess out of Phoenix, Arizona. The boat is Just for Grins, sponsored by Connolly Marine, Lewis Performance Engines, and Engine Dynamics. A little quiet here. We'd just like to thank our additional sponsors for this weekend's Long Beach Sprint Nationals, the Southern California Speedboat Club, ARP Automotive Racing Products, Ahern Rentals, Hotboat.com, and of course, Nick Rose Insurance, Sea-Tow for all your sea towing needs, Ecology Auto Parts, and Hot Rod Hobbies.
Sportsman Extreme class is a small block Chevrolet powered boat, so that's wrapping the arms around the cost of racing. It's a class that's been on life support the last couple of years, trying to get it kick-started. It was tough to do. The rules for the motors were written, and it seemed like they were building bombs. They lost motor after motor after motor, and now they've got the motor issue figured out, and this class is growing like predicted because of the lower cost. So they're taking, there's all kinds of boats that are in this. The Biesmeyer style boat, lightweight is preferable, and there are some out there that have been bought and run in the SC class. Some of them are just flyweight boats. So you can run any boat you want, 18 feet, flat bottom, straight bottom, it doesn't matter. So like I said, the most desirable is the Biesmeyer type design, of which there's morphed many a hull. So we'll go over that sometime today, but a fun little class. The boats run, they're capable of riding around 90 miles an hour. It had some veterans. Duff Daly was running his boat. He actually bought the boat for his son, who's deployed, and he just signed on for another tour, Duff told us, so it'll be a while. Right now, Mike Stock at the helm. Duff Daly did a bunch of runs in the boat.
We got to get the kids out of the water, off the beach. Get your kids out of the water. We cannot race with kids in the water. Parents, get your kids out of the water. Main front straightaway, kids out of the water. Off the...
They mind like my grandkids. Yeah, they're Hanyaks. Get them out. Okay. Yeah, you climbed over the fence to get to the water. Somebody down there is responsible. Well, I'm hoping they're responsible.
Don't make me send my brother down there. He is really, really tough on kids, I'll tell you.
I'm not user-friendly when it comes to the young ones. Anyway, back to the Sportsman Extreme. It's a fun class, growing like crazy, and here they come for the first heat.
One of the things that I enjoy most about this class is how competitive it is. That boats are pretty tightly packed on the course. And,
well, if you remember in Burley a couple of years ago, the legend, the K-Boat King himself, Gordy Jennings Jr., was running a boat with Duff Daly. It's the Deutsch boat that's out here right now. The boat's been painted. You wouldn't recognize that it was black when it ran at Burley. And now it's beautiful with Jeff Deutsch behind the wheel. So Duff Daly, Gordy Jennings, both stepping away and letting the class go to the drivers that need the experience. It's going to help the class grow. I loved watching Duff and Gordy run. It was a lot of fun for us guys that have been around it a long time, but just cool. Very cool. Well, we grabbed another boat. Give them away, folks. Give them away. First heat of the Sportsman Extreme. Samantha McDonald, the one that's duck hunting. She's running at the rear. That's an old Howlett. That's what we love to see, is these old former flat bottom ski boats and race boats from yesteryear that are out here, and a young lady behind the wheel. That's fun. Hopefully she can get her demons handled in the engine department. She'll have a blast this weekend. Samantha McDonald way on the outside. She went around everybody going down the back straightaway. And here they come looking for green. Not so good start. Remember, folks, some of them are rookies, some of them haven't raced before in the Sportsman Extreme class. Here they come. Let's hope the lineup is better. Mike Brzezinski out in front. That could be predicted. He's a hard racer. Beautiful boat. One of the up-and-coming stars of circle boat racing, Mike Brzezinski. David Shaw, the boat in second place, will be penalized for charging the start. Tim Hoffman in third, but the boat on the inside is a doesn't matter. He'll be penalized. Brzezinski, Hoffman, David Shaw, Hoffman so strong in Clear Lake, it was all his weekend, but Mike Brzezinski was not there, so there you go. Hoffman charging hard on the outside. Jeff Deutsch, I'm sorry, Tim Hoffman not even in this race. I'm an idiot. Thank you. Jeff Deutsch is the boat charging on the outside, trying to run down Brzezinski. Jeffrey Deutsch out of the famous Cracker Box family. Chuck Deutsch, his dad. His mom's up here scoring. It's just a regular family affair when it comes to circle boat racing, and he's got a great boat underneath him.
Jim Lewis
Made
Gordy Jennings drove in Burley, Ron, that did so well. And look at him go. What a race. Brzezinski. Jim Lewis will be penalized for cutting the course. But look at this drag race for the checkered, and there he is. Jeffrey Deutsch and Mike Brzezinski putting the show on. Nice, beautifully run race by Jeff Deutsch. Gets him on the last lap. He knew he had a boat underneath him. The thing was really, really good. Brzezinski, a lot more time in the boat than Jeff Deutsch as far as the SEs. Brzezinski, I believe, is in a Hondo flat, if I remember right. It's not the straight bottom boat of a Biesmeyer like Deutsch is running. I call them all Biesmeyers. I can find out, but I'm pretty sure it's a Biesmeyer type boat.
We'll get the SE63s, Samantha McDonald, towed back to the ramp and get our next heat of the SE underway.
Next up is number 61, Jasper McDonald. Number 56, Jay Hart. The 426 of Lance Nichols. 717, Timmy Hoffman. And number 40, Mike Stock. This is going to be a crazy heat race right there. What a lineup that is. Jay Hart, Lance Nichols, all run hard. Mike Stock. And like I said, Timmy Hoffman, who I was calling in that race, he's not in that race. I apologize for that, but he's a guy that just cleaned up at Clear Lake when we were there a month and a half or so ago. And that boat wrenched on by Bergeron Marine, just a super fast Sportsman entry class boat.
Yeah. Mark Yates, we need some AV help down here at the announcer stand. Mark Yates, thank you. And the second heat race coming up for the SE class, the SE40, piloted by Mike Stock, owned by Duff Daly, the Slowpoke out of Stuart, Florida. Sponsors include Air Design, YMC Mechanical, J&A Services, Stock Construction, SRP Security Racing Products, Perillo, and Duff Daly Boats. Jay Hart in the SE56 out of West Covina, California. The boat name is Flat Broke. Sponsors include Grishar Racing Engines. The SE426, piloted by Lance Nichols, owned by Lance and his wife Tina out of Castiac, California. The Enemy is the boat name. Advanced Racing Engines are their sponsor. And the SE717, Tim Hoffman, in a Leonard Frederick-owned boat out of Mesa, Arizona. Barely Wet is the boat name, and his sponsors include H&H Concrete, Frederick & Sons, Big Ed Motorsports, and Schoenfeld Headers.
Check, 1, 2, test, test, test. Check, check, check.
Boat 177 in that last heat was called for cutting the course. He almost flipped the boat over, what they're telling me up here. So he gets a talking to and a penalty, and hopefully he doesn't do it again. Number 10 got called for charging the start. You saw him jump the start twice, and so he got penalized 1 lap. We try to keep you appraised of the penalties if we can. The K69 boat, Tony Scarlatta's mount, did blow an engine up, as we said, during practice. Made a very impressive front straightaway pass, but then poof. We accused Scarlatta of not using the gas pedal in Clear Lake. It was quite hilarious. Clear Lake, what did I say? Burley, Clear Lake. Big difference. Burley did not happen this year. Too much water in Idaho, and the current was way too fast to put divers in the water, so that race was canceled, which makes the championship for the SCSE classes today is the championship race for them because Burley didn't happen. But
For all the flat bottoms, it's the championship
Yes.
race.
the K69 does have another motor. They are in the process of putting it in, and they're doing it as fast as they possibly can. In the middle of this SE class, one of the pioneers of this class and writing the rules and the engine rules, Paul Grishar, is fighting for his life. Would appreciate a prayer for Paul. He was here last year racing an SE and a Levy craft that belonged to John Hart, and they did really, really well. Paul put on a show the first race, and then he got tired, but he has been fighting cancer, and unfortunately he's not doing very well. Also, our buddy Rob Yeager that owned the Fast Forward SS boat up in Washington fought cancer, leukemia. There's a lot of people that are affected by cancer, and we want you to think about it and be aware of cancer. We'd like you to talk about it. It's something that is a plague that we all have to deal with, and it just sucks. It sucks if you have it. It sucks if it's in your family. Cancer just sucks generally. So prayers to Rob Yeager, who at this point has fought off his cancer. Paul Grishar, not fighting it. He's fought a long, hard battle, but prayers go out to Paul and his family, and of course Ben Maroney, Ben and Dave Salmons. Paul just had a lot of friends, and he was a straight talker. A lot of people would look at him and couldn't believe what would come out of his mouth. We had a great relationship and have a great relationship, and our thoughts and prayers are with him and the family today. All kids out of the water, please. You have got to keep your kids out of the water. When we have an intermission a little bit later today, you will be allowed in the water, we promise. But right now, nobody in the water.
Space. This is only for the moment. For the loving bitch we moaning. I ain't never hit your phone, but I might hit it in the moment. Tell me what the fuck it is you think you came over for. I ain't doing shit if I ain't fucking a bitch around. Bitches think I'm lazy, but I'm working every day. Sleeping as the sun rises, waking as it fades. I'm a night owl on the prowl, lurking in the shade. This is only for the moment that your worries go away. ATLA to the motherfucking dollar. Pull up to the set, I'm bumping some Tame Impala. 6 motherfuckers deep, we all up in the minds.
Sportsman Extreme are firing their engines right now, the last heat race. And this is going to be a barn burner, folks. I'm not going to lie to you. This is going to be maybe the race of the day. Very well could be.
surprise, a love who tries and a heart is willing to love him. Can't stand
The SE class presented by A1 Heating and Air Conditioning out of Boise, Idaho. Along with Security Race Products, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties. Hoover Racing, Bergeron Engineering and Marine, Robbie Frank. Carolina Motorsports and Marine, Mike Menninger's Auto Body in Boise. Sharp Transportation out of Logan, Utah. Southern Thunder Marine, CP Carrillo Rods and Pistons. A1 Heating and Air Conditioning. Give them a call. Boise, Idaho. Major sponsor this year in the SC class. Here they come. They're going to be looking for green. There it is. Lance Nichols on the outside. Timmy Hoffman inside of him, way on the outside. Mike Stock, it looked like, was down on the pole. Hoffman out in front. Jay Hart running the boat that Paul Grishar piloted last year. He's running second. Timmy Hoffman in third. No, Hoffman out front. I'm sorry. He just set sails on these guys. Checks out. Jay Hart in second. Mike Stock third. Lance Nichols went to fourth. He was contending for the lead. Went into turn one, got all kinds of loose, ends up fourth place. Jasper McDonald comes in last there. The class presented by A1 Heating and Air Conditioning was won by Timmy Hoffman. Second place, Jay Hart. Third place, Mike Stock. Not where Stock wants to run. That boat normally right up front, battling for the lead. He'll get there. But Timmy Hoffman, man, he was bad in Clear Lake, and he was bad at Long Beach today. Security Race Products, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, Hoover Racing, Bergeron Engineering and Marine, Robbie Frank, Carolina Motorsports Marine, Mike Miniger's Auto Body, Sharp Transportation, Southern Thunder Marine, and CP Carrillo Rods and Pistons. Put together about a $3,000, $2,800 somewhere in their purse, just brought up by race fans that love racing, and of course A1 Heating and Air Conditioning in Boise. Great company.
I just learned that A1 Heating was voted in the top 100 of privately owned companies in the state of Idaho.
Well, how do you think he had $1,000 to throw this way?
Well, given that, maybe he should have thrown 2,000. I'm not sure.
You can take that up later when we get in the car.
I think he may leave in the car without us after that comment.
That's why I love Uber. Mod VP's up next. 5-lap heat race for the Mod VPs.
Mod VP number 30, Mike Quindazzi. Mike Quindazzi out of Huntington Beach, California. Sponsored by Hot Laps of Lake Havasu and Summer Ford Racing. Number 04, Emilio Mejeres out of Henderson, Nevada. Sponsored by R&R Prop Shop. 234, Kevin Taylor in a Stoker out of Las Vegas. Sponsored by R&R Prop Shop, Henderson Industrial Park, AJ Ronyak, and Lucky Strike Racing. Last but not least, number 343, Keith Bandy out of Baker, Baker. The Baker Hole out of Huntington Beach, California sponsors James Perry and Gigioni Sign Manufacturing. Mark Yates, Blue Water Sound. Mark Yates, Blue Water Sound. Then we have the microphone cutting out again. If you could give us a hand down here. K's to the ramp. Let's go. K's to the ramp. You're up next.
K-Boats, you're up next in Crackers. We've been waiting how many years we've been waiting for this? A long time, folks. Yeah, they're here, the floppies. These boats are powered by a 2-liter Mercury engine. They run probably about 70, 75, yep, somewhere in there. You see them in the Enduro, man. They're popular in the Enduro. That type of hull, they do really, really well. You can't wear these engines out. Yeah, Stokers, STVs, Bakers, those are the boats that run in the Enduro. So if you want to have some fun, go pick one of those up.
Here they come. Mike Quindazzi out front. Hard charging on the outside.
Mike Quindazzi. So, as they come down the straightaway into run, Keith Bandy, the 343, but on his heels is Mike Quindazzi, also known as Mike. Kevin Taylor, your defending champion in this class for the Long Beach. And rounding out the field, coming from Henderson, Nevada as well, that's Emilio Majares. This is a 5-lap qualifier. K-Boats, K-Racing Runabouts. Let's get you on the ramp. You're right now. Let's spin them and get them wet. K-Boats, Crackers, you're on your way to the ramp. Crackers, Group A, you're on the way to the ramp. Group B, you should be warming motors. Green flag flies. All right, next time by white flag, Keith Bandy. Mike Quindazzi getting a little light down the front. Kept out of the Keith Bandy. So Mike Quindazzi wanting to lift that boat as high as he can, trying to get some more speed underneath it. We'll see, trimmed out a little too much. Kevin Taylor steady all the way around, and Emilio Majares throwing a giant rooster tail coming down the straightaway, lifting that boat, trimming it out all the way. 1 lap left, white flag flies, Keith Bandy as they go into turn 2. K-Boats in the water, turned around right now. As he comes to the turn, Keith Bandy looking for the checkered flag. Mike Quindazzi negotiating turn 2. Kevin Taylor coming in as well. That'll do it. Keith Bandy, your winner. Qualifier number 1, Mike Quindazzi in the 2nd spot. 3rd, Kevin Taylor.
Emilio Majares rounding out the field in the Mod VP.
A. Hearns Rental. ARP Long Beach Sprint Boat Nationals. Nick Rose Insurance, the big sponsor for us this weekend. Hot Rods and Hobbies. Ecology Auto Parts, Sea-Tow, and HotBoat.com. cool thing, Ron, you can see all these up and down Vendor Row here. You guys have got to take the walk, look at the classic boats. It's a really cool setup up behind the beach area here. Vendor Alley. Crackers on the ramp, please. Crackers on the ramp. Don't miss your spot. The K-boats are up right now. The K-boats. Number 401, Tyler Roth. The 500, Guzzy Hamill. Number 16, Johnny Guthrie. The 999 of Fitzy, Paul Fitzgerald. And, of course, the 333 boat, Oh Mona, driven by Duff Daly. The old term fighter pilots in a gymnasium. Right here, 3 laps of horsepower. Paul Fitzgerald kind of only been in that boat like twice, maybe 3 times practicing. They got him all fit in it for this race. We'll see how comfortable he gets. That boat is a world champion. The K999 went to Australia, handed them their butts over there, came back super fast. But in Clear Lake, it was Duff Daly.
All right, the sponsors of the K16, John Guthrie, Deering Industries, and Basco Engines. The entry of Tyler Roth, the K401, sponsors are Cannon Marine and Tommy Moore Trucking.
YMC Mechanical out of Boise, Idaho, the main sponsor for K-Boats this weekend. YMC Mechanical, contractor for heating and air and plumbing, big outfit in Boise. That's why my brother put up A1 heating and air conditioning. They compete against each other. We're looking for green flag. There we go. Tell you about Duff Daly. Oh, Mona outside, John Guthrie on the inside. Whoa, trying to get her set down. Doing it the hard way, Fitzy to the front, K999. Paul Fitzgerald laying him down right now. There in 4th in the 401K. second. Here we go, checkered flag. Oh, yeah, baby. There you have it. Paul Fitzgerald, his first win in the K-boat class in the K999, and he did it with style. We talked about it earlier. They put a new seat in that boat, made especially for him, got him comfortable in the boat, and I think he found his way. John Guthrie with a great run, the K16 boat. Great run. Charlie Hamill back there in the back in the 500. He's learning the boat. Duff Daly comes home third, but a hard-fought third. Some ugliness on the racetrack as far as boat handling.
Yes, it did look like Duff Daly and the old Mona was almost something.
Oh crap!
Yeah. Boy, they're going into 3 and 4, got really up in the air and sideways.
Duff Daly, the veteran from Stuart, Florida, you can bet that he had a moment of prayer there as that boat got a little out of control. That thing's like an old shoe to him. That is the boat, believe it or not, that is the original part of the mold, the bottom, that the K99 boat has morphed into, and that's literally what it's become. Now there are 3 or 4 boats freshly out of the mold of the K999 boat. So there'll be, there's like 3 under construction right now in Boise. It'll add to the K boat, but oh my gosh. Now we just got to hope the K69, Tony Scarlotta, gets a motor put back in it, and then we're going to see some outrageous racing.
Well, hold on to your hats and glasses. Here come the cracker boxes.
Have 80 on.
In this heat, number 5, Tony Lombardo and Jennifer Deutsch. The number 94 is driven by Mike Stark, and the rider is Justin D'Alessandro. And the 30 boat is Larry Cook with Scott Elders sitting beside him. That's the first heat of the cracker boxes. They're brought to you by Chuck's Heating and Cooling, Chuck Deutsch Heating and Cooling. They're the main sponsor this weekend. Chuck and Jeannie Deutsch, they love this class.
The P5 of Tony Lombardo and Panic riding along, Jennifer Deutsch out of Livermore, California. Pandora's Box. The sponsors are Jet Renew and Cracker Box Vineyard.
Cracker Box B, and Grand Nationals to the rim. Now you can see why I call them the floppers. Until they get up on the throttle, those things just jump all over the place, and then all of a sudden they flatten out and haul the mail. 314 cubic inches is the rule. Most are small block Chevrolets, but there are a couple of Fords mixed in here. P94 is a Ford-powered boat, so if you're a Ford fan, you got to go after the Blue 94. Anyway, about 9,500 RPM these motors run. They're just, that's why you hear them screaming. I'm sorry, Ron.
The P30, piloted by Larry Cook, with Scott Elders alongside. Sponsored by Selman Chevrolet. The P66 entry, Dwight Moody, the Mr. Magoo, sponsored by Patterson Custom Boats, Patterson Enterprises, John Wolf Engines, and Moody Construction. Here they come.
Hear me more. Hear me roar. In the lead. Pandora's Box out in the lead. Tony Lombardo. GN boats to the ramp, please. GN boats to the ramp.
For P66, the Mr. Magoo off the pace a bit.
Tony Lombardo picks up the win in the P5. How'd you like to be in that Mr. Magoo boat while it starts doing that down the front straightaway? Woo-ha! No, thank you. No, thank you. That thing was bouncing back and forth side to side, but a great race. Dwight Moody Jr. there in the 66 boat in third spot. Well, we got some more action coming up right after this. 4 more boats. Up next, the 42 boat of Matt Bookie and Richard Kendall sitting alongside of him. 55, Dave Laws and Matt Stump. The 88, Scott Stump with Blake Stump beside him. And the 94, Mike Stock with Justin D'Alessandro next to him. Mike Stock doing double duty, the SC40 boat, the Slowpoke, and then, of course, the 94 Cracker Box. He was a Cracker Box racer for several years, and Ross has drug him back out of retirement, much to his chagrin, maybe. He drove it. Is this the boat he drove in, Parker? No, different boat. Okay. The 94 boat is the Deutsch entry, Chuck and Jeannie Deutsch. That is the Ford-powered boat.
The P-42, Matt Bookie, along with Richard Kendall. The penalty box out of Long Beach, California. Willoughby Motorsports, Marine Propeller Works, Got Throttle, Racing Apparel, our sponsors. The P-55, Dave Laws, along with Matt Stump, out of Huntington Beach, California. The California Cracker, Wilkes Marine.
Grand Nationals up next. Grand Nationals to the ramp, please. Green flag. Apparently not. No green.
The P-55, Dave Laws, along with Matt Stump, the California Cracker, sponsored by Wilkes Marine. Big Wheel Bike, Marie Callender's, Integrated Health and Therapy Sauna, and Empire Properties. The P-88 with Lance Stump and Blake Stump out of Paris, California. The Orangutan, can't miss that one. Custom Fabricated Metals are the sponsor. And the P-94, the Donald Deutsch, Chuck and Jeannie Deutsch owned Cracker. Driven today by Mike Stock. Sponsors are Nick Rose Insurance, QMP Race Engines, Cutting Edge Propellers, and A&G Lumber. Here they come.
Matt Bookie in the lead, number 42. Dave Laws in second. Dave Laws, the boat owned by the Willoughby family, out in front. and convincingly out in front.
Well, the orangutan went a little late there. Coming out of that turn 2 on the back chute. Got real messy.
Matt Bookie out in front in the 42. Richard Kendall alongside of him. Dave Laws in second, number 55. To go for Matt Bookie and Richard Kendall, the 42 boat. Bookie, Dave Laws in second. Scott Stump in third in orangutan. And the P94 High Maintenance is in fourth place. Mike Stock. Grand Nationals, you should be on the ramp. Grand Nationals on the ramp.
I've been thinking, who the fuck am I to disagree? I heard I'm pretty dope, so I guess I got to oblige inside. I've been plotting on the way to...
Well, the Grand Nationals are up next. Andrew Barker pulls out of retirement, shows up with his boat, because he thought he was going to get that trophy back from Heath Hebert. Heath not able to race this weekend. His wife's family is... his wife's dad is in pretty bad shape health-wise, and he just had to pull his entry. So he had the big trophy on his deck last night. He did bring the boat to show at Legends last night, which was really cool of Heath and Kelly and their daughter. But the boat is not going to race, but Andrew Barker showed up because last year, let's see, 2 years ago, Andrew Barker took the win, took the big trophy home. This year... Last year, Heath Hebert won it in convincing style. He beat Andrew Barker, and now Andrew Barker is here to take that trophy home again at the end of this weekend. So number 30 is Cole Noble. Number 19, Jim Lewis. Number 22, the Armenian Navy, Chuck Susamian. Number 50, hot-wired, Christopher Coles. The 24, the showman himself, Eric Sperry. 227, Andrew Barker. And number 211, Matt Herman. This will be a barn burner itself. Eric Sperry driving the body snatcher bought from Ted Colby, Joey Tucci, the former driver of that boat.
The GN19 of Jim Lewis, sponsored by Jim Lewis Racing Engines. The GN22, Chuck Susamian, sponsored by Biology Auto Parts, Nick Rose Insurance, ABC Battery, SC Fuels, Lee Performance, Volvo Equipment, CP Carrillo, and Inland Kenworth. GN24 of Eric Sperry out of Canyon Lake, California, the body snatcher. Sponsors are Relentless Apparel, Mission Hydroponics, Miller Blades, DC Electric, Wilcor Engineering, Sundance Saloon, the GN50 of Chris Coles, hot wired. Sponsors include One Stitch Embroidery. The GN227 of Andrew Barker, the Shakedown, Assured Electric, Patrick Signs, Elite General Contracting, and Wilson Motorsports. And we'll go back to Eric Sperry, the GN24, Relentless Apparel, Mission Hydroponics, Miller Blades, DC Electric, Wilcor Engineering, Sundance Saloon, Luna Trucking, Sienna Management, and Quality Floor Leveling. Got a long list of sponsors for the 24.
Eric Sperry, the heir apparent. Heath Hebert, probably in the grandstands today for a while watching, and it's just got to murder him. His boat's totally ready to go, but he's going to have to watch this race from the beach. But he's got two guys that want to breathe down his neck hard, and that's Andrew Barker and Eric Sperry. Chuck Susamian, that boat, very fast. Chucky does a great job behind the wheel. It's going to be a fun race to watch. They start on the beach, folks. It's called the Le Mans start. Their crew members hold on to them. They do a countdown, and then boom, off they go. So this race is crazy to watch into that first corner. Drivers, test flag across the way. Drivers, look for a test flag across the way. Flag up. You guys got it? Drivers, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 minute.
Said a lie would understate my case.
50-second, drivers. Come on. 40 seconds. $30 seconds. 20 seconds. Flag is up.
So first place right now, Andrew Barker in the shakedown, 227. Second place, Cole Noble, driving for Pat Hoban and Mike Noble in GN30. One lap down now is GN24, Eric Sperry, having motor problems. Here's your third spot, Chris Colas in the 50 with Chucky Susanian in the Barker leads him around one more time. 6 laps complete, 4 laps to go in this first qualifier. Jimmy Lewis sitting in the good position, watching the race across on the other side of Marine Stadium. Cole Noble doing a tremendous job in his first Grand National race, driving in this first qualifier.
Andrew Barker showing him the short way around this course here in Long Beach. Wow.
Leads him around one more time. Jay Littlejohn, pick up your radio. Jay Littlejohn, pick up your radio.
Andrew Barker wipes them up. Unbelievable. I'll tell you what. Eric Sperry's got something wrong with his boat. I hope he can get it fixed. Sammy and Cole still take the checkered. Well, let's hope Eric Sperry gets the animals out of his motor, whatever's in there messing him up, because he'd put on a show right there with the rest of them. But obviously, Ron, something wrong with that boat.
Yeah, he was off the pace early, but did get down to that first corner turn in good shape. But Andrew Barker is the story of this race. Wow.
Well, I talked about it earlier. He wants that trophy back. You would have snatched it last night from Hebert if he'd have been downtown, but Andrew Barker not short on what you may call telling you the way it's going to be, and he's here strictly for business, Barker is. So we'll see how the day finishes up, but somebody's going to have to step up and run with him because he's got total control of this class right now.
Yeah, last year he had a heartbreaking final. He led for the better part of the final, got a good lead, and the water got soupy, and who comes up?
Hebert.
Takes him over late in the race, and he was relegated to second place on a hard charge from Heath Hebert.
Well, what's kind of fun is those guys are both best friends, and Heath told me last night at Legends, he said, I didn't even tell Andy I wasn't able to run till yesterday, but I wanted Andy to come get that trophy again if he could do it. So they worked in conjunction. Mod VPs, you should be at the ramp right now. Mod VP outboards, let's get them in the water. After our Mod VP race, we will be in an intermission for a little bit. At that time, we're going to let the swimmers in the water after our next race. Then the day ends with all the last chance qualifying racers trying to get the racers that are on the outside looking in, trying to get them into the A main event later on today. So we're on our way. We had some time to make up. We had a little problems with the opening ceremonies. Didn't go the way the boss wanted them. And I thought we were going to have to call 911 on him up here, but he's actually calmed down. So everything's good. Matt Herman in that last race was driving the other Sperry boat, the 211 that Eric put on a show last year as a rookie here. And we went down to him after the race was over, and I said, Eric, I don't know whether to slap you or hug you. You put on the show, there was no doubt about it. But with that being said, you put life and limb at risk. And he just smiled at me. He didn't quite understand what I was saying to him, but Mr. Excitement's what I call him. Eric Sperry, if he can get that thing running, the new boat, the old body snatcher, wow, it'll be a great race between him and Barker the way it looks right now, if he can do it. He builds his own engines, I think, and so he's got some work to do.
I'm not sure he knew how out of shape he was. If he'd have seen a video, which I hope he did,
Ron,
at one point down the front chute, the only thing left in the boat was his hands on the wheel. I think everything else was outside the boat.
He puts videos up of himself, so he's like, what do they call that? The Nitro Circus of boat drivers? He's kind of the wild man. He's fun to watch, so hopefully he gets that thing running. Motorcycles out of the hot pits, please. Motorcycles out of the hot pits. If you're in there on two wheels, you got to get out. You got to have four to go in there. Let's get them out. Yeah, you don't have to go home. Just get out of here. That way, get out of the pit area where the boats are at. Again, we want to thank Nick Rose Insurance along with ARP Racing Products. Man, the boats those guys build are phenomenal. The insurance that Nick Rose sells, you're not going to get it any better. And he works in most states. I was talking to him at the Needles Boat Show, and they're covered everywhere. So give Nick Rose a call, especially if you like motorsports. You got to go with Nick Rose. Well,
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Is a free tow. That's pretty funny.
Cito, a great sponsor this weekend, along with A1 Heating and Air Conditioning in Boise, Idaho. YMC Mechanical, also in Boise, Idaho. Isn't it funny they come all the way to California, competitors? They're both great friends. Rod Markham, Pat Meniger, great friends in the Valley in Boise. Both of them end up sponsors here this weekend. I mean, I have to say Rod stepped up a little more. That'll put Pat's over there having a cocktail right now, and it's going to make him reach in his pocket.
Well, I just hope he doesn't reach in the pocket to hide the keys to the rental car.
We don't need no shit.
Otherwise, we'll be oopsing Uber back
Didn't
to
you
our
ride
hotel.
a motorcycle into the pit area today?
No, but I could.
No, you couldn't.
I'm looking at the water line here. It looks like we've dropped about, I don't know, probably 2 vertical feet out of the estuary here.
Andrew Barker just burned it out. That's the problem. It's evaporation from speed. Fitzy, man, what a story for Paul Fitzgerald. He's been fighting some health problems, nothing major. He said the doctors have tried to kill him, so told me that in the driver's meeting. But getting in the K999 boat at his age, you know, Ron, because he's advanced, quite advanced.
So he's in your club?
He's in my club, very close to my club. Tony Scarlotta turned 50 about a month ago.
No.
He never ages, does he?
I wouldn't have picked him for a day over 55.
He's still got an evil mind. He tried to take Bill Miller in swimming today.
Yeah, I know. What's the name of the dog that owns the boat?
Reggie?
Reggie, yeah.
Reggie owns the K69.
Well, yeah, I was talking to Dave Rankin last night, and he said that Reggie, who kind of rules everything with that crew, excellent judge of character, actually prefers Ty Newton to Scarlotta.
Well, that's a no-brainer.
Well, you know, dogs are a really good judge of character.
Well, Ty Newton likes Ty Newton better than Tony Scarlotta. I've talked to him.
Well,
Ty Newton, so people know, Ty Newton doesn't like particularly the capsule boats. He's a great open boat driver, and Tony Scarlotta won't drive an open boat, although I've seen him in front of Foxes doing 130, but that's different. See, that's when the chicks are looking at you. Oh, that's not going to go well. You know, Wheelie Tony.
We've also seen.
Did your mic cut out again? He doesn't believe that the microphone cuts out.
No, it cuts. No, it's working fine.
Stop it. You're beating the fans up.
Yeah, sorry about that. You know, Mike, I was talking last night to Mike Stock, the stock racing, and asked him what was new at stock racing, and he shared with me some things they're working on, very high-tech stuff. Yes, they've developed a water tunnel, apparently. Mike shared that they've invested $1.6 million so far in a water tunnel to actually simulate the speed of a K-boat. And he believes that the other boaters will be lining up to pay $30,000 a minute for this water dyno. And Tony Applegate and Terry Applegate were explaining how it works. Pretty interesting technology. And but they claim they can add 30 to 40 miles an hour to the speed of their boat using the water tunnel dyno technology. And later, Jermaine, who's on the crew, came up and told me that actually the only thing they'd really been able to learn so far is that if you want to go fast on water, it's best to do it in a boat. And so I think that they may be starting over after $1.6 million. And this was at Legends last night, so I think the Legends may have been actually spinning a little bit of a yarn.
I think there might have been alcohol involved in that little conversation. because they said they just have a millisecond to collect their data. I actually think Eric Emery had a lot to do with the development of that product. He doesn't talk much, but he carries a big stick. The Mod VPs are up, Ron.
Yes, they are. Let's about the Mod VPs.
2-liter Mercury engines, 2 liters.
The Mod VPs, there's 3 of them, 4 boats on the water. Number 30, Mike Q. Quindazzi. The number 04 of Emilio Mejeras. The 234 of Kevin Taylor. And the 343 of Keith Bandy. As Mike mentioned earlier, these boats, these hull styles, are the scourge of the Parker Enduro. They last forever, and they get out front and average probably close to 68 to 70 miles an hour for about 300 miles, and that just about takes them to victory lane pretty consistently. One more lap to green for the Mod VPs. Without the support of sponsors, our racers would not be able to be here and compete for you, the fans, and to compete with one another. So we always like to thank the sponsors. Emilio Mejeras with a Baker Hull out of Henderson, Nevada. His sponsors are R&R Prop Shop. And the number 30 boat, Mike Q, in a laser hull out of Huntington Beach. His sponsors include Hot Laps of Lake Havasu and Summerford Racing. Kevin Taylor in the 234 entry, a stoker from Las Vegas, Nevada. His sponsors include the R&R Prop Shop, Henderson Industrial Park, A.J. Ronyak, and Lucky Strike Racing. Last but not least, the 343 entry of Keith Bandy, a Baker Hull out of Huntington Beach, California. His sponsors are James Perry and Gigioni Sign Manufacturing. If I got that wrong, please come down and correct me. But here come the Mod VPs for their second heat of the day. And they got a green flag. Mike Quindazzi gets the jump on the field and takes it down the front stretch. In that smooth water, relatively smooth water, the boat rocked back beautifully on the Delta pad or just the prop. Oh, and we're being overtaken on the outside. Is that Kevin Taylor that's taking the lead? No, it's Keith Bandy in the 343. Keith Bandy keeps the lead with Mike Quindazzi in second. But the 234 stoker of Kevin Taylor still in the mix. Emilio Mejeras bringing up the rear there. Last year he had quite a run out here. These boats run so consistently. If one of them gets out front and gets a nice lead, it's hard to run them down. They're all so steady. Keith Bandy maintains his large advantage over the Quindazi entry. And he takes the checkered flag, flying it high. Mike Quindazi giving us a little flying salute there as he crossed the start-finish line, getting the everything but the prop out of the water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first half of our racing for today, and we are officially at intermission. Great time to go down and do business with our vendors and the great food options and so on. Also, this is the time that you can go ahead and get your kids wet. So we are officially on intermission, and we'll resume racing shortly. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
right, if we can get all safety personnel, all rescue, all staff back into position, all safety, all rescue, and all staff, and we can get everybody out of the water. We're going to get ready to go. We're going to come back to racing. Sportsman A, limited hydroplane. Sportsman A, you should be at the water or start heading to the water line right now. Sportsman A, limited hydroplane. Followed by Sportsman Extreme, runabout LCQ, last chance qualifier. We've already got 4 that are set for the main. We're looking for 2 more to make it into the main event today. Same thing with the Unblown Flats. They'll be after the Classic Endurance. Then Cracker Box Pro will also have their LCQ. K-Racing Runabout. Mod VP Classic Final. And then all the finals. So we got lots of race action still. We hope you stay for the 2017 ARP Long Beach Sprint Nationals, presented by Nick Rose Insurance. I want to thank all the great sponsors this weekend. YMC Mechanical, Chuck and Jeannie Doige. If you grab one of the souvenir programs, you'll be able to see all the great sponsors. Found Valley Body Works, Delson Products, Clay Smith Cams, CP Carrillo, Wilner Hellner, Engine Dynamics, John Avery, thank you. Mark McLaughlin with Custom Handled Paddles, General Muffler and Hitches, Mike Leach over there in orange, A&G Lumber, SoCal Data, Jet Renew, and the fine family of polishes. Got a ton of great sponsors, and we want to thank Mike Fulmer with all his hard work getting those ads for the program for us. Ahern Reynolds, Matt Gregory, and the entire Ahern staff, thank you for all that you do for boat racing and the Long Beach Sprint Nationals. Looks like rescue's getting in position, and if we can get the Gretchen's Auto boat, Gretchen's Auto rescue boat, or actually patrol boat, into position. Juniors, I'm sorry, Sportsman A Limited, let's get ready to go. Sportsman A, limited hydroplane, at the water right now. Sportsman Extreme Runabout, start heading to the ramp if you're in the LCQ.
Oh, thank you for that barbecue. Whoever brought it down here, pulled pork, pulled beef, whatever it was excellent. I highly recommend, if you can afford it, to grab yourself one. Well, we're back on stage. Ron, what do you got?
Well, yes, if you have the means, I'd recommend the barbecue pulled pork sandwich. Very good.
First race staged here at Long Beach Marine Stadium, 1946. That's how long there's been racing here on the channel at Long Beach Marine Stadium. The Cracker Box class, they traced it back to 1938. It was developed right here in the great area of Los Angeles. And that's why we're so happy. Ross is over here just jumping up and down when the Crackers came out. He's worked really hard to try and get those guys back out to race where they should be, and so happy to have them here this weekend.
Get the Sportsman A Hydro limited hydroplanes in the water. You are running first. If you are along the beach down here and there's fencing in front of you, it was opened up for intermission. If you wouldn't mind just closing those openings and the fence back up, would appreciate that. Try to keep things very safe for our spectators.
Welcome back, you Surf Rat TV viewers. Those of you I'm getting texted from. I hope we're doing a good job for you. That intermission, I hope you went and got a beer and something to eat. We'll be right back with our live stream.
And I got a new microphone cable.
Well, that's what I hear. That's too bad. I was the one that installed that.
Yeah, in fact, I can't even hear you anymore. I'm so loud and clear now.
You're so nothing.
Oh, we had a little racing incident in the earlier heat race for the Sportsman A limited hydroplane. Sean Davidson had ended up taking a swim, and word is there was a little close brush with another one of the hydroplanes that led to the swim. Anyway, they'll be coming back out here and doing their thing here very shortly.
Coming up on the 3-minute gun for the Sportsman A limited hydroplane. This will be our first heat back after the intermission, after the break.
All right, here we go. The Sportsman A Hydro class. Number 22, Christian Lung. Christian Lung's sponsors are Amsol Twins. Christian is out of Lakewood, California. The number 71 of Mike Wright from Huntington Beach, California. Lists no sponsors. Mike, if you want to let us know who your sponsors are, we'll be happy to give them a shout out throughout the weekend. Number 55, Sean Davison. Sean took a swim. Last call for Gavin Evans. Last call for Gavin Evans. Sportsman A limited hydroplane. Get your boat in the water. We will be racing without you if you don't get your boat in the water right now. $55 of Sean Davison's sponsors include Gretchen's Automotive, Longboat and Ski Club, Calypso Dive Service, Boatworks, and Pickles Meyer Law.
That's the horn for 3 minutes to when they fire up the little outboards. SE, last chance qualifier to the ramp, number 10, number 177, number 40, number 426, 61, and 63. Head to the ramp, please. SE, last chance qualifier.
The Sportsman A limited hydroplanes, there'll be one other heat after this one. And that'll conclude their part of today's racing. One minute 20 to the green flag. We are 1 minute to the green. Thirty seconds. $20. 15 seconds. Now see, they're losing all their momentum. 5 seconds. 5 seconds, 2 seconds, and it's a green flag. And on the outside is number 1, Casey Jones, getting a run on the field, timing a start perfectly. It's not how you start, however, it is how you finish. Let's see how it works out.
SEs to the ramp, number 10, number 177, number 40, number 426, 61, and 63. Please head to the ramp for your last chance qualifier. We found a set of GM keys on the ramp with a key fob, you know, the opener, door opener deal, and some extra keys on the ramp. So please check your pockets for your keys for your Chevrolet vehicle. Found some on the ramp. Go see the ramp manager to identify your keys, please. Nick Rose Insurance. ARP Bolts, our big sponsor this weekend.
Junior hydroplane class this weekend. Sponsored by Disc Flow Pumps. $1,500 in prize money this weekend for this class. The stakes are high. Bit Pros in San Diego, $1,500 in prize money. In fact, there's some family grudge racing going on here with the young Tepper and his uncle, as a matter of fact. Mother Jody asked him to take it easy on the nephew, and yeah, that didn't work out when there's $1,500 at stake.
Casey Jones, leader in the Amsoil Twin checkered flag. From Lakewood in the second spot, another Amsoil Twin. Ken Knutson, the boat X, also sponsored by Amsoil Twin.
The 29, Ken Knutson, out of Chino, California. Andy Jones. 29 is Andy Jones. '23, Maureen Girth. And Gavin Evans rounds out the field for the junior hydroplane, limited hydroplane. Now they're going to go in and fuel, turn around, and come right back out. So they'll be doing their second heat. I guess it would be today's main then. Well, in case you haven't figured out, the announcers take no responsibility for the information that's being fed to us by the officials.
In other words, don't call your attorney because it ain't going to work. We had a disclaimer.
If you come down here to shake a finger or point a finger or shake a fist at us, we're going to turn you directly over to the officials.
Post haste. Like we said earlier, while we have a little break, the K69 is getting a heart transplant at this moment. Apparently, Tony blew the heart out of it. Carlotta hard on the throttle. I want somebody to give me the GPS number as he went down the front straightaway. I'd love to know how fast the 999 boat was in that last heat with Fitzy behind the wheel, and I'd love to know Carlotta's time. If somebody could text it to me.
Your number still 911?
Well, they call me the fireman.
Yeah. Around our family, we like to ascribe names to one another, and we have some pet names, and we have some terms of endearment. One of them that I've ascribed to my co-announcer, Mike, is ATM. Because around the family, he's very free with his opinion and non-discriminatory. So I called him ATM because everything he says, we just need to add that according to Mike.
Thank you.
At the end of it.
Thank you. So we have speeds. Fitzy did a 137 front straightaway pass, and Carlotta right before the heart failure, meaning a motor blow up, went 141. Nice. I knew he was hauling. I knew it. Of course, I have such a good eye, I can tell the difference between 137 and 141, according to Mike.
Did he haul a piston right out of it, or what did he haul out of it?
I don't know. He probably windowed it. I don't know what happened. We don't have that information.
So, we've got a see-through block.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that. Oriole part of the fact. So, I won't say what happened. I say a loud pop and neutral. They run a device in these, if you're a fan of flat bottom racing, they run a device called a whirl-away. Paseo V-Drive came up with it, and it really turned boat racing, both drag racing and circle boat racing, made it a whole lot safer because these are a spring and gear inside the V-Drive. When the motor expires and locks up, the prop freewheels. For years and years and years, because I've been around this a long time as a kid, I watched several drivers severely hurt or killed because when the motor would lock up, the propeller would stay in one spot and the cup of the propeller would turn the boat. Fitzy, we got Fitzy right here. Hey, so you went 137. I've been talking about this new seat they put in the boat, and it seems to fit you fine.
Yeah, Mike and really gone overboard.
I think you were cutting out, Fitz, so you're going to have to say the whole thing again.
Thank you.
That's it.
No, Mike and Duff have been great helping me with this thing. It's a huge transition from driving the Pro Stock or a Grand National. So we did get a new seat, and I can see better, and I can drive the boat better, and we're getting a little bit better every time.
I would say you give them a butt whooping is what I call that. I know you don't want to go out that far because they're always chasing you, but this is a great weekend for you. April is hooked up and hauling butt, the yellow K or 24 boat, and now you get in the K boat. These are weekends that you can only dream about.
Yeah, everybody knows I've had some else secret, but we just try to stay as up on all this stuff as we can, and I'm trying to stay in good physical condition to drive these things, and my owners are great. I couldn't ask for better owners between Mike Stock and Mike Hip. My wife nursing me back from pretty bad. It was pretty ugly here a couple months ago, so we look forward to weekends like this, and some you win some, you lose some, and some get rained out, but right now we're doing pretty good.
I bet you were sorry to miss Burley, but you weren't in real good shape to go do Burley, to be truthful. So this is a great weekend to have you back and healthy and watching you perform at this level.
Well, thank you. Long Beach has always been kind of a special spot for me. I grew up here in this area, so been a great deal. The K-boat, it's a bit of a handful, but do the best we can.
So I heard some horsepower numbers. Old Stock throws stuff around up on the lake after he's had some beers. So now I think I said earlier that Duff Daly said he's not going to be happy in the K-boat till he does 170 down the front straightaway. Have you got that kind of a wish?
No, Duff can have all that he wants. I got no wish to go kiloing. Mike has kind of hired me to do this thing. Asked me, not hired me, but asked me to do this thing for him. We have a long-term plan for Australia, and my going into kilo days are over.
That's good news to hear. Paul, thanks a lot, and we really appreciate your involvement in this sport. You're a great ambassador, as Duff is. You guys are trying to teach the young guys like Tyler Roth and some of the other, like Mike Stock, because he's considerably younger than you are, and I know you're trying to train him up.
Well, he's pretty good at all this stuff, really, guys. He just needs to do it a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't don't know. He doesn't seem like he really has a big, strong taste for it. I mean, although the Cracker Box, he was feeling that thing out, and he seems to enjoy it, but he was sure griping in the driver's meeting about the Sportsman entry going to 4 laps. I thought he was going to have a meltdown. And I actually have to ask about his physical conditioning, if he can't do an extra lap.
He can do a lap. Trust me, he's in great physical condition. He's a great owner. Great owner.
He is a great owner, man. He's got some coin in his pocket, and he makes this a lot of fun for all you guys. The pit area down there, all the cooking that goes on, and the food, and between your wife and your daughter Taylor and Tyler and Victor and Barbara and all of them down there having a blast.
Yeah, it's definitely a family thing for us, and it's been for a long time, and we're going to keep it that way.
Well, good luck today, Paul, in the finals, and we look forward to talking to you in Victory Lane.
Paul Fitzgerald piloting the El Cid K999 boat this weekend, stopping by to visit with us. Put on an exciting show in the races this morning, or in the race this morning. So Casey Jones, your leader right now in the Amsoil sponsored entry. He's the number 1. He's looking around him. Boat X, that's Ken Knutson out of California in the 2nd spot. Side-by-side battle for 3rd place between the 22 of Christian Lung and the inside of Gavin Evans. The 23, Maureen Girth. So coming up the front straightaway, Kent Knutson makes the move to pass Casey Jones, takes over the lead. The 94 ineligible on this heat went out after the 1-minute gun. The 22 in the 3rd spot, that's Christian Lung. We just had a boat go down on the straightaway. I think that's Andy Jones. And here's Andy Jones in the Amsoil, and behind Andy is Maureen Girth. So it's got to be Gavin Evans. Unfortunately, that's relegated to watching the race from inside the course. But a good battle. Ken Knutson able to pull off the come from behind to grab the 1st spot, but don't count out Casey as Casey Jones goes into the turn. This is for 1st place. Ken Knutson still holding up Casey Jones. This 71 of Mike Wright ineligible. Also came out after the 1 minute. Flies. Ken Knutson will win the 5 heat. Casey Jones in the 2nd spot. 3rd, 22. That's Christian Lung. The 91, or the 94, I apologize. Garrett Tepper, ineligible
on this, the 29 of Andy Jones, the Amsoil sponsored entry. Maureen Girth, Disc Flow Pumps, Fit Pros Incorporated, sponsored entry. Also the sponsor for the weekend. And then Mike Wright rounding out the field as he comes around. Then we'll go into Sportsman Extreme LCQ coming up right now.
So there's 4 boats in the last chance qualifier in the SE division. That's boat number 10, which is Dave Shaw, the 177 of Jim Lewis, the 40 of Mike Stock, and the 426 of Lance Nichols. All 4 of those boats are sitting outside the main event. What that means is after this race is done, we have 2 boats that go out of this race into the final. So they're out of the money till they get into the big dance at the end of the day. Trust me, that 40 boat doesn't like sitting in the outside looking in. So you'll see Mike Stock use that foot throttle the way it was intended. Lance Nichols, also a strong contender. Well, all 4 of them are strong. You can't count any of them in because it's called boat racing. Any of them in or out. Well, Ron, we're getting a lot of positive texts about the job that you're not doing and the job that I'm doing today. I don't know. It's weird. Got a text from old Matt Wood there in Northern California. But I was doing a great job and you not so much. So I don't know. I feel bad about that.
Well, you know, you could pay more, but you'll never have lower quality than when you get me.
Oh. We got one foot on the course.
Check, mic check. Yep.
We're sorry for the intermittent microphones. He's changed the cords, he's done everything, changed channels, and we still have one acting up, and I apologize for it. I thought it was Ron Stutter for a while, but apparently that's not the case. Oh. Hey, everybody, listen up, please, everybody. Get off the rocks, please. Get off the rocks. We have some offenders. Ahern's Rentals. When you need something, fix anything, Ahern will rent it to you. They've got all the stuff you need. Ecology Auto Parts, a great way to buy your used auto parts. Hot Rods and Hobbies. I can only imagine what they do for a living. About anything that you would call fun.
I'll go there.
I would. Sea-Tow is designed specifically for the Ron Minigers of the world who can't seem to keep their boat running. So you want to get a hold of Sea-Tow and buy a membership.
Bite
that way.
your tongue.
I'm sorry, but you'll be safe out on the water. Hotboat.com, the beautiful motorhome down here in Vendor Row. Go talk to those people. A great website. ARP Bolts. Probably, I hear one of the biggest suppliers of ARP bolts is Allen's Fasteners, right out of Fort Mojave and Lake Havasu City. Allen's Fasteners. You want ARP, that's the place to go to. Look them up on the web at allensfasteners.com.
Don't call him.
Yeah, don't call him. Cool thing about Alan is he'll sell you onesies and twosies, which a lot of people won't do. So if you're looking for ARP, he's a good place to go.
Hey, while you're on Vendor Row, be sure to check out the classic V drives that are displayed. Boats not on the water this weekend, but being displayed. There's some beautiful, beautiful examples of classic boats. Spike Morelli bringing two of his, the Mortician, the twin-engine Stevens, powered by two 327 Chevys, and the 151 Stevens hydroplane, which is in substantially the same shape or the same configuration as it was originally. It's beautifully restored by Spike.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
After the races are over, sit in a boat if you want to. Take the kids down there. It's a great experience. These guys are all great guys, family-oriented for the most part, fit for family. Yeah, well, they are. Classic endurance to the ramp. Mark Yates, please come to the announced area. Mark Yates. Dave Shaw at number 10. Number 40, Mike Stock. Number 177, Jim Lewis. And number 426 on the outside, Lance Nichols, is the way it looks to me.
Dave Shaw out of Temecula, California. Sponsors include Engines and Farmer John. Mike Stock out of Boise, Idaho, in a boat owned by Duff Daly. The Slowpoke. Sponsors are Air Design, YMC Mechanical, J&A Services, Stock Construction, SRP, Security Racing Products, Carrillo, and Duff Daly Boats.
A1 Heating and Air Conditioning, the big sponsor this weekend of the SE division. Security Race Products, Chris Kenner Racing Enterprises, our specialties, Hoover Racing, Bergeron Engineering and Marine, Robbie Frank, Carolina Motorsports Marine, Mike Miniger's Auto Body, Sharp Transportation, Southern Thunder Marine, Paul Fitzgerald, and CP Carrillo Rods and Pistons. That's what you call a tight pack, folks, right there. Two positions available to the A1 Heating and Air Conditioning feature event. Mike Stock out in the lead. Lance Nichols. Oh, we got one off the pace. That's Jim Lewis, I believe, in the 177. He's going to hopefully get off the course. Mike Stock where he should be up front. Dave Shaw is on the rocks, 177. Jim Lewis and Lance Nichols battle for second and third. Mike Stock's got a nice lead. It's going to be a 4-lap main event here, or last chance qualifier, I'm sorry. Slowpoke is the name of the boat. Beesmeyer hull, Mike Stock powered engine. Small block Chevrolets power these boats.
Lance Nichols, Jimmy Lewis for that transfer spot.
And that's the end of that. So Mike Stock and Lance Nichols make it into the A main. They get to run the money in the A1 heating and air conditioning feature event. Classic Endurance up next. We have a boat on the course across the track here.
Dave Shaw up close to turn 3.
Unblown flats to the ramp. Unblown flats to the ramp.
Folks down in turn 2 it's actually turn 3, the end of the back chute. You are down on the rocks. It looks like even on the dock down there, you need to be off the rocks. The races cannot continue until you are back off the rocks. I'm not sure you can hear me because you weren't moving, so please move back off the rocks at the end of the straightaway on the back chute.
Now, if you're out on the lake and you go by somebody and they need a tow, that's how you tow them. Scares the crap out of them while you're doing it, but it's fun. Go ahead and gas it up, get them up on plane, and go.
I think the big 4-blade on that Mastercraft, that thing would probably pull a stump. Mic check, mic check.
You stuttering again? Is that what happened? Classic Endurance up next. Number 30, Cole Noble. Number 15, Dan Bertone. Number 21, Brian Neal. Number 141, Jim Best or John Best. 142, Jeffrey Best. And number 76, Robert Deckers.
All right, 70, Robert Deckers out of Ojai, California. Best Family Racing sponsor. The 145, Jim Best out of Pinion Hills, California. PPE Diesel and Griner GMC.
Unblown flat, LCQ up, unblown flat, LCQ 501, 22, 55, 38, and 111. Unblown flat LCQ, head to the ramp. Crackerbox Pro up after the LCQ of the unblown flat. Here they come. Give them a wave. Well, hopefully this time they get the start nice and even and we get a green flag instead of the disgusted look of the flagman and the promoter and the announcers and the scorers. Here we go. Is the magic number on these boats, and old Bob Decker, he stood right up on the gas right there in the beginning. I hope his GPS reads correctly, but he jumped her right out there. And here they come, big lead. Dan Bertone. Brian Neal in second place, Decker in third. We got one down over there and coming out of turn 2, it looks like. This is going to be a drag race here. Dan Bertone, Brian Neal. Now we got another one down right here. How many times do you see a blower motor running in an 80-mile-an-hour class? Well, we got it today right here, folks. The red boat of Bertone. Got a blower on the top of it. Here he comes. The comp jet of Brian Neal at 21. That's a comp jet boat trying to run down the leader, Dan Bertone. Robert Decker is down. He's broke. Well, he just fired up again like the last race. I can almost see it now. The comp jet of Brian Neal pulls up next to the red boat. The red boat looks at his speedometer. They're all worried about the 80-mile-an-hour hit. 85, I'm sorry, 85 miles an hour. Bertone, Neal, side by side. They're playing back and forth. The 76 boat should be slowing down, not throwing that big old curl out there for everybody to have to negotiate. They'll deal with him. 142 going a lap down to Bertone and Neal. Bertone and Neal the whole race side by side. Blower on the inside, naturally aspirated on the outside. And there he goes, Brian Neal takes the win. Bertone takes second. The boat in third wants to get his lap back, or fourth. Wild finish. Brian Neal in the comp jet takes the win. Now they'll be looking at GPSs when they land on the trailer, and we will get back to you to see if they're all healthy within the rule book. Unblown flats up next. Last chance qualifier. The 501 boat is Hal Jones looking on the outside. Number 22, Number 38, Corey Ferguson. Number 111 is Bill Miller. Party to the max. That's what we call Bill. 55, Dale Baker. And the 21, the Pyro Flyer, Paul Visser out of Nampa, Idaho. So some pretty good boats trying to get into the main event here. It's so fun to have more boats than we can race, isn't it? That's a nice switch. 501, Hal Jones. 21, Paul Visser. 55, Dale Baker. 38, Corey Ferguson. And the 111 of Bill Miller. All of those boats in the last chance qualifier.
Sponsors for Paul Visser. Paul is out of Middleton, Idaho in the Pyro Flyer. His sponsors include the Northwest Motor and Machine Performance Coating and the Unblown Flat of Corey Ferguson, the 38 numbered boat. Sponsors are Racing, Wilson Motorsports, B1 Performance Jet Boat, Engineering. Hey, a special day today for Becky Millard. Becky Millard, the wife of boat owner Dustin Millard, the 55. Becky Millard, happy birthday today. The 55 is on the course and outside, actually is one click from the outside lane. And the 55 sponsors include Ghost Town Farms and Scarecrow Speed Shop in Boise, Jeremy Blake. The 501 of Hal Jones, owned by Rhea and Alma Pauley, out of Layton, Utah. The Pegasus sponsors are Specialty Machine and Marine and Engine Dynamics. And number 111, Bill Miller.
Cracker boxes to the ramp right now. The LCQ race to the ramp right now. Only 2 boats go to the feature, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 of them go to the trailer after this event, so it's bloodletting right here. That's what's going to happen. Paul Visser all the way from Idaho, the fire captain. He's hungry, he wants to podium this weekend. He told me that's his goal. Just get on the podium. Well, now he better podium. But it better be in the top 2 if he wants to race later today. The whole program starts from fresh tomorrow, so all these guys start with a clean slate tomorrow morning when they practice. It's a new day, so whatever they've got to fix, tune, delete, whatever, add to cart, it's got to happen tonight. Yaks have got to straighten up when it comes to starting a race. Not lying, the old Ross is getting a little hop under the collar up here. Ain't a good thing. Some veterans and some newbies in this race. Corey Ferguson trying. New to the boat racing deal. His family isn't, but he is. And he was really fast in the qualifiers, took a lot of chances. We'll see how he fares in this race. Dale Baker out of Washington. He's got his hands full with that boat. It's the little ship that could. Doing a great job behind the wheel of that boat. Looks a little better, and we got a green. Bill Miller looks like he's taking a pass. like the party to the max boat. He was on the gas and first to the pin. We'll see how it fares. Hal Jones to the front. Corey Ferguson in second. We knew he was fast. Dale Miller in third. Let's see if he can hang on, but only two of them go. Bill Miller stepped it up in this race, although he better run up a little closer. Paul Visser sits in the transfer spot in third. He's got a long way to go to catch Corey Ferguson. Hal Jones in Pegasus, right where he wants to be. He's in the lead. Corey Ferguson, great job. The Pyro Flyer, Paul Visser in third. Dale Baker in fourth. Visser placed third. He did it the hard way. Hal Jones in Pegasus picks up the win. Boy, I'll tell you what, they both had a hard crash at Clear Lake. Ray Pauley went to work, glassing that boat back up. You can see the primer on the spot. Hal Jones, Jeff McLaughlin sharing that ride this weekend, and Hal looks like he did in Burley a couple of years ago when he won the shootout. He's got a great mount underneath him. Corey Ferguson, the young stud, runs second.
And Paul Visser brings up into third place, doesn't transfer to the main, but I'm telling you what, coming out of both ends of this course, out of the corners, he was sideways in that boat,
well,
getting it settled down.
We can't put him in the main, Ron, because he did have a problem. He probably might have had an accident. And
well, that's good then. That
I mean, he needs to get cleaned up, because there was a couple of times there that you had to really question it. It was not good.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an overnight dry cleaning service for the driving suit.
I just think you need to go to Rick King over there and get it handled. He'll take care of it. Kind of anxious to talk to Paul because he's one of those guys that says, "Oh, that wasn't a big deal. That wasn't a big deal. It might have looked worse than it actually was, but it was bad." We got a buoy we need to reattach. We got a moving buoy.
To Paul, sure, last night at the Legends Bar and Grill at the Show and Shine, and asked him if there was anything eventful that happened on his road trip down here, and he said, "No, not at all." And I said, "Well, I'm going to make something up if you don't tell me something." Yeah. And he said, "Just tell them that I drove straight through. It was only 15 hours, and he is here because he loves to race. No other reason. No notoriety, nothing, but he loves to race."
Well, you remember when he showed up at Lucky Peak there in Boise about 6 years ago in an old racing craft, and steering cables were ready to fall out of it. He just wanted to learn how to go V-drive boat racing, and he's come a long ways. He's got a GN boat called the Tin Man that was campaigned by blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Jim Bandlin. Paul owns that boat and wants to get it involved in the GN class, so he's working on it. He's got a lot of projects. He's got an Eliminator Day Cruiser. Just a great guy. Go down and see him. Big dude. I'd like to see him and Greg Shirley do a wrestling match. You know, they're both firemen. They're both follically challenged, meaning that Greg shaves his off and Paul, you know.
Well, the last time I saw Greg, he hadn't shaved his off. He had it spiked up.
Well, no, he doesn't shave it, but it's like an eighth of
It's
an
a
inch.
close. It's a Marine Corps deal.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a tough dude.
Yeah, those two guys, Visser and Greg, they could be in the WW whatever. WW whatever. That'd be WWW.
Yeah. Jeff Deutsch came down and told us he's got the SC boat that won the qualifier, and he said, "Do you know what I called the boat?" I said, "I don't." He said, "That boat." I said, "That boat?" He goes, "Yeah, because everybody refers to it. That's the boat that's the boat with that motor in it. That's the boat this, that's the boat that." So then we got to say that's the boat leading, so it's called that boat. I got that tidbit of information.
Yeah, that's imaginative.
Okay, GPS 100 boats. It's 717, 501, and number 10. 3 boats in the last chance qualifier for GPS 100. Oh, they need to go to the ramp now, please. To the ramp now. 717, 501, and 10.
Some of the fans from around the West that are watching in on Surf Rat TV or weighing in with us via text. Always entertaining to hear from them. Thank you, Kevin Beal. Weighing in from Utah.
Kevin Beal. Who's that?
Well, you know the guy.
I know the guy, but he's a distant memory. If you want to text me, I don't care. If you have requests, like there's a certain song you'd like to hear us do,
yeah,
you can text me at 208.
Don't give it up. Don't give up
863
ATM. According to Mike.
I want to watch my phone. 208-863-2975. I was probably be changing my number on Monday. Monday morning, I'm getting a new phone. We can read to see how successful the Surf Rat TV is. I know it is because got lots of friends listening and watching. Time to say yo to Tim Ketlinski. He probably already quit. Oh boy, this isn't.
Oh, here we go.
Ringing.
Yep.
Hello.
Speaking of one of the scoundrels who's weighing in right now on the cell phone with Mike, please don't start calling this phone.
Guy says I lost my phone. You're really funny. I got to go now, sir. Thank you. Boat 717, 501, and 10. McLaughlin, Timmy Hoffman, Oh, I'm sorry.
Matt Cornfoot, please step back from the fence.
So I just had a client call and ask why the GN class starts on the beach. Okay, and nobody else does. That's called a modified Le Mans start, I've been informed, because they're not on asphalt, so they don't run to their cars. That's why it's modified. This harkens back to the days of the Enduros. The boats were lined up on the beach. Some of these rules are steeped in tradition, and it's always been that you have to start the boat. So they hold the boat has to start, which is not fun, because if you think about 8, 9 boats on the beach all starting at once, you cannot hear your boat. You can't hear your engine.
Not unless you're a mod VP.
So then you can, but you actually have to listen. So what you have to practice your engine starts. I saw one year at Burley, Tony Applegate was sitting on the dock, and he didn't get started. But he happened to get it started enough to get in front before he went a lap down, and he actually worked himself back up into the pack and got a second or a third. So it can be done, but on this racetrack, as tight as this is, you better hope your boat starts. Okay, let's do this again. Number 38, Corey Ferguson, is in this last chance qualifier. The 501 of Jeff McLaughlin, and number 10, Dave Shaw. No, Parks Jones. I'm sorry, Parks Jones. All the kids off the rocks, please. All children off the rocks. All adults off the rocks. Get off the rocks. That's the message. Mike Stock in the high maintenance boat. Mike Stock in the 94. The 88 boat is Scott Stump along with Blake Stump. And number 30, Larry Cook and Scott Elder. That's your Elder DQ. 2 boats go to the main event. 2 boats. One of them goes back to the trailer and wrenches on it before tomorrow. That's how that program works. Work harder to beat them. Mike Stock starting on the outside in the Ford-powered high maintenance, the boat belonging to Chuck and Jeannie Deutsch. We'll see if he can put the pedal to the metal this time. Get himself into the A main. 2 boats go. 1 goes to the trailer. Here they come side by side, looking for green. There it is. Mike Stock in that Ford, hauling the mail. Scott Stump in second place, trying to chase him down, but they're both in the A main. Larry Cook sits on the outside. Oh, never fail to impress. Well, guess what? They don't need to run another lap. We already know who's going to the A main. Larry Cook owes Mike Stock a big old wet kiss on the lips because he just put him in the A main. That's what happened there. I'm not lying to you. Oh boy, Mike Stock's back in, but I think he might be a little bit behind the 8 ball. Mike Stock must have hit the kill switch or something. That's probably what he did. Probably yanked the lanyard. Figured it out about 3/4 of a lap too late. Oh, Larry Cook says, I don't need to push anything. I'm in. That guy, he's got to pass me again to get in the race. Stump takes the win. Blake Stump outside of him. Larry Cook gets into the main. Mike Stock says, I got one more lap to make up. Let's hold on to everything. I'm a lap down. Might as well burn some of that $12 a gallon fuel, right? That'll impress the boat owners. Chuck Deutsch has more money than anybody ever known. So he just said, go ahead and make up that lap. Come on, don't embarrass me. And here he comes. stock may have lost his job. There may be another meat in the seat tomorrow. You know, you can hire cracker box drivers anywhere. I saw some of them in front of Legends last night.
You can get a cracker box driver on Amazon. This shit, they'll have it here the next day. Sorry, was that my outside voice?
That was stupid.
Well, it's because I was looking at Ross. That made me want to swear.
Yeah.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Well, here they are, the Mod VPs for their final race of the day. We're going to read them down here and tell you their sponsors. The 04 boat, Emilio Majeras, the Baker Hull. He's out of Henderson, Nevada. Sponsors R&R Prop Shop. Number 30, Mike Q. Mike Quindazzi. sponsors Hot Lap and Summerford Racing. The 234 entry of Kevin Taylor, the Stoker, R&R Prop Shaft, R&R Prop Shop, Henderson Industrial Park, AJ Ronak, and Lucky Strike Racing. And last but not least, 343 Kevin Bandy, a Baker Hole out of Huntington Beach, California. Sponsors are James Perry and
across the
Peugeot
way,
Sign
across the way on the rocks, across the way from the flagging tower. We cannot have you on the rocks. Let's back up off the rocks. All right, formerly known as the Core Class, this is Mod VP Classic. Kevin Taylor, the R&R Prop Shop Special, out of Henderson, Nevada. Emilio Majares, also out of Henderson in the 04. Mike Quindazzi, Mike Q, Mike Hill, a couple other aliases that we don't know about. But it's Mike Quindazzi out of Huntington Beach, California in the 30 boat. And Keith Bandy rounding up the field in the 383. Here they come. They're under starter's orders. Flag is up, and it's down. We're racing. 5-lap final. This starts all the finals for today. Looks like Mike Quindazzi off to an early lead, but he's going to be challenged by Keith Bandy. Kevin Taylor on the inside in the third spot. Emilio Majares rounding out the field, coming down the front straightaway in the fourth position. Side by side, three abreast coming down the front straightaway. Mike Quindazzi on the inside, but here comes Kevin Taylor. Kevin Taylor, a little more trim to the boat. Flying that boat a little higher, but it's Keith Bandy, your leader. Let's see what happens as they go into the turn. Mike Quindazzi not giving up, staying right there with him, so there we go. Now Mike having to switch to the outside, get the clean water. As Kevin Taylor goes into the turn, Keith Bandy leads him through, but here comes Kevin out of the turn first. Trims it up. Coming down the straightaway. 4 laps left. 4 laps left in this final. Keith Bandy, Kevin Taylor side by side going down the straightaway. Mike Quindazzi losing a little pace, falling back a little on the speed. So Keith Bandy, Kevin Taylor now side by side. So they're side by side now for almost a full lap. Let's see what happens as they go out on the back straightaway. Keith Bandy has them by about a half a boat length. Here comes Kevin Taylor. Quindazzi in the third spot. Emilio Majares in the 04 rounding out the field. As they trim them up, Keith Bandy, again, Keith Bandy has them by about a half of a boat length going into the turn, but Taylor on the inside line, able to come around on the pin and just about pull away for a split second before Bandy has the lead again. So Bandy with a little more top speed on this 5-lap main event. Bandy, your leader. Taylor second, Quindazzi third, Majares fourth. Coming up next, our next final, GPS 100. You should be at the ramp. GPS 100, your final is up next, followed by Grand Nationals. Start warming them up, Grand Nationals. GNs, warm them up. Then the Sportsman Extreme final. Green flag flies. Keith Bandy, your leader. Kevin Taylor now falling way back off the pace, but still ahead of Mike Quindazzi. Emilio Majares about a half of a lap behind Keith Bandy. So flag is out. Green still. Next time by will be white flag. 1 to go. Mike Quindazzi, his first weekend back racing in the class. They'll race as Mike Miniger said, your announcer, they'll race the Enduro. Probably have about 20 to 25 of the Mod VPs out there this October at the Enduro at the Blue Water Resort and Casino, October 28th. Looks like Mike Quindazzi tried to go for the rocks. And now really having a hard time going over the wakes, getting himself in a little trouble and falling back either further back in the process. And we got a spin out with Emilio Majares, but he's back running again. But here's your battle right now. If Keith Bandy flinches, Kevin Taylor has him in his sights. As they go into the turn, we should see checkered flag flying. 38, boat 38, GPS 100. Keith Bandy, your winner. Kevin Taylor, second. Mike Quindazzi in the third spot. He's got some work to do on the handling of that boat. And Emilio Majares coming around. Boat number 38 to the ramp right now. We're waiting on you for the GPS 100 final.
I'm sorry, folks. If he flinches, I'll have to remember that and put it in my repertoire. If he flinches. Oh, he's going to lend me that term. If he flinches. I haven't seen a flinch since I was a kid. I thought it was a bird, a flinch. Thank you. I am retarded. 38, Corey Ferguson. I know you want to hunt this dog, so you better get it to the ramp, okay? 501 will be Jeff McLaughlin, our next race, and number 10, Parks Jones.
Corey Ferguson, sponsored by Ferguson Racing, Wilson Motorsports, B1 Performance Jet Boats. Jeff McLaughlin, piloting the Ray and Elma Pauley entry, the Pegasus, and they are sponsored by Specialty Machine and Marine, Engine Dynamics, and Bergeron Engineering. And the number 10, Parks Jones. Come on down to the announcer's booth, someone from Parks Jones' crew, and let us know who your sponsors are. And we'll mission.
Corey Ferguson. Come on, Corey, I want to see your race. Get to your boat, get to the water. Hurry up. Grand Nationals to the ramp, please. Grand Nationals, your 10-lap qualifier number 2 is up. Did 38 make it to the ramp? Did 38 make it to the ramp? The fans are questioning. So now I'm getting flinch text. Hey, quit with the flinch texts, okay? I don't want any more flinch texts. I'm tired of them. Guess what? It's the whole GPS class. Ron apologizes for any mistakes. 38, Corey Ferguson. 81, Charlie Hamill. We call him Guzzy. 717, Timmy Hoffman. 501, Jeff McLaughlin. The 500, Jason Purcell. 777, Jay Hart. And number 10, Parks Jones. Let's get after it. The final of the day. For the GPS 100. Flagman stands ready. The competitors lined up. Can they do it? Can they have a clean start, Ross? Do you think? I know, you're busy texting. Yeah, please don't flinch on the start. And there we go, green flag. Ferguson up front. Sportsman Extreme to the ramp. Charlie Hamill in second. Jay Hart third. Corey Ferguson, he's been on fire all day. Great raceboat driver, young kid. He's out front. Charlie Hamill, Guzzy right behind him. If Corey flinches, this race is over. That he's got the Hamill boat in second. Corey Ferguson doing a great job. I can't talk enough about him. In first place. And there he goes, his first win. Well, now they go to the judges' stand on the GPS. When they come out of the water, there's going to be a big old bunch of people there checking out GPSs on Corey Ferguson and Guzzy. Jay Hart in third with that little Lamy craft. Jeff McLaughlin takes it over, third spot. I don't know if that guy knew the other boat was right there at the start-finish line. He may have let off, which gave the next boat, Jeff McLaughlin, the third spot. Oh, we're calling it a flinch right there at the end. Shocking. Grand Nationals in the water. Grand Nationals up next. 10 laps. GN, your final is up. Grand National, your final is up. Number 30, Cole Noble. Number 19, Jim Lewis. 22, Chuck Susamian. 50, Christopher Coles. 24, Eric Sperry. 227, Andrew Barker. And Matt Herman in number 211. SE to the ramp, SE to the ramp. Comp jet warm up, comp jet warm your engines. SEs to the ramp, SEs to the ramp, please. Sperry's back, folks. The guy we talked about earlier. That 24 boat is running. Now Andrew Barker's going to have to run. This is going to be good. Boats are just on a warm-up, and then they go to the beach for the modified Le Mans start. Eric Sperry in the 24 boat. Keep an eye on him. I'm excited, to say the least. Andrew Barker on fire today, just annihilated the field in that first qualifier. They got 10 laps to settle this now. This is what they call endurance racing right here. It's gone from 9 hours of racing these things to 10 laps. But these things are so temperamental, big engines, big horsepower, big you-know-whats to drive them. It's all in a package here in the Grand National Division. We're missing some big names here this weekend. It's too bad. But I'll tell you what, next year, we're going to get back that 336 boat, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Keith Hebert promised he'll be on the beach next year with his boat. Andy Barker, you don't know what he's going to do tomorrow. He could sell the boat tonight. That boat has been for sale. If you're interested in Grand National Racing, I highly recommend you go pick it up, because that's a winning boat right here in Long Beach and then other venues as well. That boat really goes. Set up by Ben Maroney and Andy together. Paul Grishar, all having a hand in that boat. Ben Maroney told me he's the owner of the Plan B boat. You all remember that, the one Paul Grishar ran for years and won many championships. Paul had his hands all over the Shakedown boat. Oh boy, bad news for the GPS 100. The 81 boat at Guzzi Hamel broke out. Corey Ferguson gets the win. Charlie went over the speed limit, so bad news for him. He'll be back tomorrow for sure, but that boat running good. And, you know, the guy most likely to break out, quite frankly, is the guy chasing down the guy in the front. That's what happens. You just stretch it a little bit too far in a straightaway or two, or coming up off the corner. So, bad news for Guzzi. The boats are poised for a takeoff. This is where we talked about the boat starting correctly. Very, very important.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Well, the boss says to just run them, so that's what we're going to do. Drivers coming up on the 1 minute. Here we go. $50 seconds. $40 seconds. $30 seconds. $20 seconds. There's your drag race, folks, right there. 24 and 227. Heads to the pits. That hands it to Andrew Barker. Unblown flats, unblown flats. comes. Andy Barker picks up the win again. Chris Coles in second and Chuck Susamian in third. There you have it. Andrew Barker was getting his butt handed to him by Eric Sperry. Yeah, I know. You'll go down and tell him, and that's cool. But anyway, Eric Sperry goes out. We don't know what the problem was. Hands it to Andrew Barker. Andrew Barker backs way off, and Chris Coles holds on to second. Chuck Susamian was off and on like 5 times during that race in the 22 boat. He had problems, then they'd go away, then he had problems, then they go away. So the last half of the race, he looked good, but he was too far behind, and the rest of them lay in waste around the racetrack. So these guys have got tonight to fix them, be ready for tomorrow. But so far, Andrew Barker is the big winner for today in the Grand Nationals.
Hey, just going to give a quick shout out to some of the sponsors for the GN. Andrew Barker, Assured Electric. That was your winner of today's main event in the GN. Assured Electric is the sponsor that he'd like to recognize. And the 22, Chuck Susamian, Ecology Auto Parts, Nick Rose Insurance, ABC Battery, SC Fuels, Lee Performance, Volvo Equipment, CP Carrillo, and Inland Kenworth are sponsors for Susamian. Chris Coles, the hot wired boat, the GN50, One Stitch Embroidery.
Sportsman Extreme up next. Sportsman Extreme. Make sure you're in the water. The final of the finals for the Sportsman Extreme today. Sportsman Extreme up. Number 63, Samantha McDonald. Well, I got to get a lineup. Never mind. I'll be right back. Wow, they're all here. 717. Jimmy Hoffman on the pole. Number 56, Jay Hart outside of him. Number 15 in the third position, Jeff Deutsch. He's a winner in the one of the heats. 151, Mike Brzezinski in the fourth position. Number 40, Mike Stock, in the 5th position, and the 426 of Lance Nichols will be on the outside. So the 717 of Timmy McDonald gets the P1 position. He'll be sitting on the pole, sitting pretty. That's where you want to be in the final. You work for that all day long to get that position. You start on the outside if you're fast during the heats, and then you earn the pole through your wins or finishes during the qualifying races.
The sport this afternoon brought to you by A1 Heating and SRP Racing, Security Racing Products. A1 Heating out of Boise, Idaho.
Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, A1 Heating, of course, the lead sponsor. Hoover Racing, Bergeron Engineering and Marine, Robbie Frank, Carolina Motorsports Marine, Mike Menigers Auto Body, Sharp Transportation out of Utah, Southern Thunder Marine, our friends Paul and Marcia Fitzgerald, CP Carrillo Rods and Pistons. A lot of money put up today for this final, $2,800 on the weekend. This final is 4 laps for the SE class, sponsored by A1 Heating and Air Conditioning. Give them a wave, folks. Give them a wave. Their final event of today. Flagman gives them a look over. They're headed towards it. They light them up. Green flag. Jay Hart down the back straightaway. He's in the front. Got some heavy contenders around him. Little blue smoke. Jay Hart, Timmy Hoffman, Mike Stock. Jay Hart, Timmy Hoffman down the front straightaway. It's a drag race. Final, Timmy Hoffman and Jay Hart locked up for 4 laps. Mike Stock brings it home in 4th. Mike Brzezinski in 3rd. I'm sorry, Mike Stock in 3rd. Mike Brzezinski in 4th. Comp Jet Final up next. Comp Jet Final. Make sure you're in the water. Well, we got another errant buoy on the course. I think it's been hit too many times. Hard to believe these guys turn on the buoy, but they do. They can actually hit the buoy and do damage, so we've got to tie it down. Comp Jets are up next. But don't go anywhere, folks. I know it's been a long day, but you got to stay for the crackers, the unblown flats, and the K Racing runabouts. It's going to be a really big deal, so don't go anywhere.
And our continuing effort to recognize the sponsor of this year's Long Beach Sprint Nationals. Would like to thank the Southern California Speedboat Club, ARP Automotive Racing Products, great fasteners, great products for the performance enthusiast. Ahern Rentals, everything for your rental needs. Hot Rod Hobbies, Ecology Auto Parts, hotboat.com, and of course Cito, helping us with all of our rescue needs, and Nick Rose Insurance. Without these sponsors, a race would not take place. So we invite you to patronize our sponsors and thank them when you do for their involvement in motorsports. Anticipating the Comp Jet class out for their final for the day, we'd like to recognize the sponsors and drivers. In this race, we've got the Comp Jet 21, Brian Neal. Boat is owned by Terry Valori. Blackjack is the boat name, and the sponsors are Wicked Eye, UNI Filter, Hardline Products, and TAV Construction. That's for the Comp Jet 21, Brian Neal's entry. Comp Jet 60, Vance Lund, out of Valley Center, California. The boat name is Asteroid. Sponsors include Tough Enough Racing Engines, R&D Marine, and John Meyer. Comp Jet number 222, the entry for Harold Bruce, out of La Habra, California. Deuces Wild is the boat name, and TAV Construction is their sponsor. Thank you for your involvement. The CJ511 of Ron Lund, out of Valley Center, California. The Creamsicle is the name of the boat, and Ron Lund Wood Specialties is the sponsor. Comp Jet 702, Bill Mason. This is the rather large-looking ski race hull that is out of Phoenix, Arizona. Sponsors are Team Imcor and Mason Properties.
Doing a little repair on a buoy, everybody that's on the internet. We appreciate everybody looking in. You got some of the best racing left today. So don't go anywhere. Sit back, grab a tinny. That'd be a beer in Australian. Get yourself some salami and cheese. What you hear in the background is that wonderful lift. Well, it is a wonderful lift. It does great, but noisy. In the SE final, the number 15 boat of Jeff Deutsch broke out by 5 miles an hour, so he will be DQ'd for that race. Go back to the drawing board on his performance level. See if he can slow it down by about 4 miles an hour. Buoy fixed, comp jets on the water, ready to rock and roll for the final today. 4 boats. Number 21, Brian Neal. 5'11", Vance Lund. 222, Harold Bruce Jr. And number 702, Bill Mason.
Cracker boxes to the launching ramp. Your final coming up, cracker boxes to the launching ramp. Green flag, here we go. Bruce gets the easy or early jump, I should say. Bill Mason finding it a little tougher coming from the outside in this final. Brian Neal keeping pace on the inside. We have a spin out down in turn 3 and 4. And we have 2 spin outs. Vance Lunn in the back of the pack is finding a hard time getting his boat out of the corner. He's almost rotted around twice. Harold Bruce Jr. coming around for the checkered flag. Bill Mason following up with a second. Little tougher sledding coming from the outside lane in this final. Well, I don't know if Vance Lunn was hot and needed to cool off, but he hosed himself down twice in that race.
Mike Stock, please go to the 94 cracker. Mike Stock to the 94 cracker, please. Boat 21 in the last heat was penalized 1 lap for unsafe driving. In the corners was a hazard, however you want to put it. He got a 1 lap penalty for what he did in the corners. So here we go, folks. This is it, the final for Unblown Fuel Flats. Number 741 on the pole is number 24, Paul Fitzgerald. Outside of him, Ty Newton in the 80 boat. 640, none other than Greg Duff. Outside of him, the 501 of Hal Jones. Back there in the back row, number 741, none other than Greg Shirley. And number 38, the young gun, Corey Ferguson. That's your lineup. Paul Fitzgerald, fast, super fast, but he didn't run against Ty Newton. That's his nemesis in this class.
Paul Fitzgerald, sponsored this weekend by Melling, Wiseco, Brown and Miller, Southern Thunder Marine, and Truck Trailer Refrigeration.
The boat owned by Mike Smith. They call it April. Greg Shirley, really tough last year in this boat. Hal Jones, really tough. But you never count out the number 80 of Ty Newton, the Rankin Racing entry. They just went all the way to Valleyfield, right below Quebec. Well, I don't know nothing about Canada, but anyway, they were all the way across the United States and up above. Here they come looking for green. Let's see if they can line up and get it. Fitzgerald. K-boats to the ramp, K-boats to the ramp. Crackers in the water. Ty Newton, Paul Fitzgerald, Greg Duff. Fitzgerald trying to catch the 80 boat. It looks like he's got a shot at it. It's amazing. Hal Jones goes to second. He gets around Greg Duff, or third, I'm sorry. Goes to third. Greg Duff in fourth. There it is. The 80 boat wins again with Ty Newton at the helm. Al Jones in third, Greg Duff in fourth, Greg Shirley in fifth, Corey Ferguson in sixth. That was your final. Paul Fitzgerald with a valiant effort, really fast. I'd love some GPS numbers on those guys. Two heats, folks, 2 heats is all we have left. K's and Crackers. Cracker Box are up next, and then the K-Boat final. Well, they're working feverishly, we know, on the K69 boat. We had other boats that had some issues today that they're working on. That's what these guys do. They race, they break, they fix them, they race. We had a turn buoy moving on us a little bit down there. As you can see, the two on the turn 1 and 2 that were narrowed up need to be widened back out. We got the 741 of Greg Shirley that needs to tow in, so they're putting him back in. The crackers are in the water and ready to run. Make sure and pick up your souvenir program today and shirts before they're gone. Beautiful shirts for this year's regatta, of which Ross better have saved one for me, or two. Oh, we get nothing, he said. Well, you'll be announcing tomorrow. You'll have Ross Wallach behind the microphone. Unless I flinch. Beautiful program.
Hey, off.
Got the buoy put back where we wanted it for the final two races. Crackers are in the water, ready to fire. And we just gave them the green flag. So here goes the Cracker Box final.
Your Cracker final this afternoon, the P5, Tony Lombardo out of Livermore, Pandora's Box, Jet Renew, and Cracker Box Vineyard are his sponsors. The P42, Matt Bookie, had a great showing in an earlier heat race. The Penalty Box is the boat name. Willoughby Motorsports, Marin Propeller Works, Got Throttle Racing Apparel are his sponsors. The P55 of Dave Laws with Matt Stump riding along. Out of Huntington Beach, the California Cracker, Wilkes Marine, Big Wheel Bike, Marie Callender's Integrated Health and Therapy Sauna, and Empire Property. The P66 of Dwight Mooney, out of Irvine, California, Mr. Magoo, Patterson Custom Boats, Patterson Enterprises, John Wolf Engines, and Moody Construction are our sponsors. Lance Stump, the P88 from Paris, California, the Orangutan, you can't miss it. Custom Fabricated Metals are his sponsor. And the P94, driven by Donald Deutsch, out of Burbank, California, Miss High Maintenance, Nick Rose Insurance, QMP Race Engines and Cutting Edge Propellers, and A&G Lumber. That'll be your Cracker Box final for the day. 6 boats. Small block mania, here we go.
9,000 RPMs. That's what they run at, right around 9 grand. These motors aren't cheap. 314 cubic inches of small block 4-door Chevrolet. and they are expensive, trust me. K-Boats to the water. K-Boats for your final.
The orangutan kind of getting lost there in the shuffle. The P-88.
Green flag. Matt Bookie and Lombardo. Matt Bookie in first, Lombardo second. Dave Laws in third. Lombardo had control in the last race, but Bookie got out on him.
White flag for Matt Bookie. Matt Bookie takes a featured race for the Cracker Box this afternoon. Tony Lombardo bringing up second. And the 88 of Lance Stump bringing in the rear. And that's your Cracker Box final for today.
Nice run by Matt Bookie with Lombardo in second. That's a swap from what we saw in the heat races. Bookie with a great start on Lombardo, and that was it. And we're off to K-Boat Racing. The K69 boat is going to take some test laps at the end of the day. They got the motor swap done. They don't want to race it until they run the boat, so they'll get a small amount of practice tonight after the races are over. And tomorrow morning we'll get some more practice laps, so we'll have the K69 back into the lineup. If we can get Scarlotta to lighten up on the throttle a little bit, maybe he can last for more than a half a lap. A fast one, 141, I'll give him that. That was a butt kicker, but, you know, to finish first, you must first finish. That's what they say in motorsports. That's what I've been told. Myself, personally, didn't finish much. Personally. Well, you've sat here all day. How many want to see K-Boats? Let's hear a round of applause. Come on. Yeah, good. Good. That means there's some people here. Well, I can't see them, but I can hear them. Well, the toe of gloom. Right there he goes. He's waving to the crowd. Yeah. That's his ex-wife's section. He's waving at them. Yeah, honey, you still don't have any money. Yep. Give the kids a hot dog. There you go. You better wave at him because he won the race, but he broke afterwards. So I don't know how that works out. Stretch the rods, I guess.
Was he doing a smoky burnout?
Well, I saw the burnout, but no smoke. That's hard to do on the water.
Well,
unless you're Tony Scarlotta. Engine, maybe. Yeah, you smoke the motor. Yeah. If you're Scarlotta, you can put on a smoke show.
That'd be a smoky flame out.
You can give him the Denny Hamlin. Okay, folks. No sense in lying to you. They're trying to get Scarlotta to run this event. They're putting him in the boat right now. So we got the boat, the other boat, the Cracker Box of the winner, towed back to the ramp. They're firing Scarlotta's boat so he can get in the race because this is for national points towards the end of the weekend. It's money, it's fame, it's fortune, it's the cover of People magazine. So, not People magazine, GQ.
G.
Shorts and Thongs edition.
G. Q.
GQ?
GQ.
Just because.
Yeah.
Two capsule boats in the race if he makes it. If not, it's Paul Fitzgerald in the 999 who won the qualifiers. John Guthrie doing really well today in that K16 boat. Very impressive. He always is. Kind of an underdog, low-dollar guy. To make these races is hard enough, let alone on the wallet. Patrol boat takes off after towing the Cracker in. Scarlotta heads for the ramp. The drama builds. The Rankin Racing mount appears ready to go. Now this is when you got to test a guy's, what do you call it, constitution?
Test is...
Because you got to think about this, folks. Every nut and bolt in the engine area has been taken out of the boat, replaced, and it's at a rate of speed. You got Gordy Jennings on the wrenches. You got Dave Rankin. You got all kinds of help over there. Tony standing there saying, hurry up, hurry up. So,
well, he has a photo shoot appointment right after the race.
Of course, he's doing autographs, signing T-shirts. But then, that's where the racer meets the racer, is when you put him in there and the guy has to throttle the boat down the opening laps of a race, knowing what's just been done to the boat. So, nerves of steel for these guys. And we know Scarlotta has them. Probably the most successful flat bottom racer in all of the country right now. In the likes of some Sonny Jones, Ray Caselli, the list goes on, Ray Capaldi, all kinds of guys that come before Scarlotta. He's fun to watch. Paul Fitzgerald, we can't talk enough about his championships. That's why he's in the boat. Duff Daly said put Fitzy in it. That's who they've got in it, and Mike Stock making sure, as Paul said earlier, that he's comfortable in the boat, and we showed it. He said he's getting more and more used to the boat all the time. Did 137 miles an hour in that one qualifier. That's moving on a short course like this. But what breathes this place into reality is how close the fans are to the racing. If you don't think these eyeballs of these drivers aren't on the side straightaways, looking at you folks, looking at them, it's the most invigorating feeling for a race boat driver there is. Fans make the difference. Racers love to race in front of fans, and we sure appreciate your attendance today. We hope you all come back tomorrow, because the boats will be back together. The ones that we lost today, I guarantee you, they'll put motors in them like we see with the K69. They'll fix them. They'll do whatever it takes to run for the money and the championships tomorrow. Egos, that's what drives it. Big, large dollars and egos. Trust me.
Try to change them to sunshine, to be someone among other. I've got to try.
Ted Colby down giving us a visit. Ted, the kind of the chairman of the Grand National Division. Just so you know, because I think I like to be honest with the crowd, the GN 24 put on a great show while he was out there, Eric Sperry, but cutting across the racetrack like that, when what happened was there was oil in the bottom of the boat and he turned the boat in the middle of the course. That's a real no-no, so Ted had to go down and chastise him. We hope that boat's back out tomorrow. He was putting on a great show for the fans, but when you think about cutting the course, that's what it's called, cutting the course. You cause a big roller in the middle of the racetrack for all these guys to drive through at 100 miles an hour. It's just not a cool thing. Got to remember, folks, all the waves are going the same direction when they're out there racing. You got the rollers all going the same direction. So when you put one across sideways, it just puts the boat up in the air. Especially they're not expecting it, so it's just too much to go through. So Eric got a little bit of a chastising. And in fact, Ted Colby is the guy who owned the boat that Eric Sperry drives. So Ted, close to the boat, knows the kid, went down to talk to him. K-Boats. The 401K, the red boat, is Tyler Roth. The 24 boat, oh, that's wrong. Wrong. Sorry about all that. The K401 is Tyler Roth. The 500 is Guzzy, Charlie Hamill. Number 16, we talked about him, John Guthrie. The K999 is Paul Fitzgerald. The 69, if he gets it fired, Tony Scarlotta. And the 333 boat, Oh Mona, Duff Daly out of Stuart, Florida. Thunder in the channel right now. Thunder in the channel. Put your earplugs back in. Put your pacemaker on low because you're not going to need it. Say a little prayer for their safety. Tony Scarlotta with a brand new bullet. Rumor has it that Paul Fitzgerald gave up his pole position. He's going to run to the outside a little bit, I think. I can't tell you exactly where he's going to go, but he gave up the pole to let somebody else go to that inside position. It might be to his son-in-law, Tyler Roth. No. The real K-Boat King, Gordy Jennings, doing the motor swap on the K69. There's no quit in this team. I'll guarantee you, no quit. So here they come. Green flag, one lap. Nope. Called BS on that one. Not good. Let's hope for a better lineup. Flagman's going to be a little itchy on this one. If it doesn't go, that's not good. Whoever the offender is will get a penalty. There it is. There he comes, Tony Scarlotta. One more lap for Tony Scarlotta. Tony Scarlotta, Tyler Roth. Well, folks, what do you think of that? Huh? Yeah. That's why he gets the big bucks right there. Tony Scarlotta proving why he might be the best flat bottom driver there is. Puts a new motor in. Here he comes to the fans. Give him a big wave. Wow. You know what, though? We can't forget about Tyler Roth. Best finish for him, I think, in the 401K. Awesome job. And Guzzy in third. Charlie Hamill in third spot. Just a great, great race. Obviously, Paul Fitzgerald with a problem. We will tell you tomorrow what that problem was. What an awesome day of racing. Good, safe racing. Everybody comes out alive. Great, great shape. Perfect. We wish you all back tomorrow. Hope to see you then. We thank the people that are on the internet. Appreciate your support. Surf Rat TV, thank you. Nick Rose Insurance. Don't forget to call them. And when you bolt something in, do it with ARP.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the extreme conditions of the Bonneville Salt Flats. George Poteet's Speed Demon can make multiple runs over 400 miles per hour. Because failure on the salt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate off-road race, King of the Hammers. Survive 200 miles with ARP fasteners available in chrome moly and high-strength stainless steel. When failure in the desert is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for the ultimate superboat racers, hitting speeds up to 200 miles per hour using ARP fasteners available in high-strength stainless steel and chrome moly. When failure in the ocean is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.